over an extended period, undermining the integrity of the national company's database. He explained that removing dormant and non-compliant firms was necessary to improve transparency, also to reduce regulatory clutter, and ensure that only active and accountable businesses remain on the register. The deregistration exercise, he added, is part of a broader reforms that is aimed at strengthening confidence in Nigeria's corporate regulatory framework and improving the ease of doing business. Now, the CAC said it would continue enforcing compliance, also trying to encourage active companies to meet their statutory obligation promptly. 400,000 registered companies taken off the books. Okay. Are we seeing the speed of deregulation, of deregistering, as fast as registering?
Yes. Registering a company in Nigeria now is now very, very easy. It's very easy. At some point, this administration even, I'm not sure if it was this administration or towards the tail end of the last administration, they introduced a free registration initiative for a limited period of time.
As we speak, it's still open right now?
It's still open. So
right.
This is
from this administration?
From this administration, free business registration initiative. So, yeah, so in my own opinion, I registered my first business in 2009. And from that time to this time, there is a huge improvement in business registration. Not like there was bottleneck about 15 years ago, thereabouts. But the system is faster now to register a company, and it's a beautiful thing that government is running a free initiative so they can bring all the business into the system and eventually be able to tax them if they are taxable. So, and this is important that the CAC is deregistering companies that are dormant, but I don't know if they're just deregistering it or information are going to be sent to the owners of these companies to know that they are deregistered, and if there will be an opportunity for them to standardize, to fulfill all the conditions that is making them being deregistered, maybe pay some form of penalty or some fines to remain back in the system. Moving forward, there should be penalty beyond just deregistering company so that people can know that it is the law that if you have a company, you have to file your return, whether you make money or not, whether you make loss or profit. You just need to give information to the agency. And it is important because we all talk about planning. It is when we provide this information to the government that they are able to plan. So they are able to have a robust data to say, okay, we have X number of businesses. This percentage make profits. This percentage did not make profits. And then from there, they will be able to now do a survey to now say, okay, if you are not making profits, what are the challenges? And government will be able to come up with initiative and solutions to our problem. But without data, without information, government is not able to properly plan. And every time we talk about government's failure, government's lapses, these are some of the reasons why government will fail. If they don't have data, they won't be able to properly diagnose our problem. And a problem that is not properly diagnosed, there's no way you are solving it.
Okay. A problem that is not properly diagnosed, solution is way, way far away. Now, let's look at it from the legal angle. Deregistering companies, over 400, for not filing returns or not being active. Can that just happen? Or there should be a form of communication before that happens?
If there's anything I would give credit to the CAC is, if you go to their website, I mean, for the past at least 2-3 years, and most especially last year, there's been a lot of upgrade. Okay. There's one in the sector of the Nigerian system that really puts in so much effort in trying to make sure that they pass information. You go to the CAC website, you see a lot of notice here, notice there, notice here, notice there, trying to pass information to every user or anyone trying to use the website, and that's actually commendable. So I strongly believe that if at all you didn't get a message personally, if you've visited the website at any point in time during this period, you would have seen it there. And of course, by extension, the new tax policy and tax discussions we've had over time, as reiterated a lot of times, you must file your annual returns. And to do this, of course, as a business entity, you know that you have to go back to the CAC, look at certain information, get information from there, speak to a lawyer, an accountant, to file these reports. So personally, I think they are doing their best. There's always room for improvement. So yes, it's unlawful to just do that without notice. But I know that I will not use what adequate notice was passed, but I know if you go to the website, you see this everywhere. At some point, I had discussions with some of my lawyer friends, and we're wondering, oh, there's been a lot of delays with the website because almost every week, they're trying to do an upgrade. So that's something that is new, looking at what we usually face every now and then. And then again, you also have to understand that with over 4,000, is it 4,000? Sorry. 400,000, sorry. You will understand that as someone that constantly uses this website, you see a lot of people just actually register their business. It's like a platform where you just let me hold it. It's not like they're doing anything per se with the business, but they just want to register it so no one comes after them. It's not enough to just register the business. Like Amin said, data is needed. We need to move from where we are right now to a data-driven economy, a data-driven nation, because if you complain every now and then that the government don't know how many people they need to cater for, SMEs and the rest, they're not reaching out to us, they're not giving us grants, loans. They need data to do these things. How many businesses are registered? How many businesses are suffering? How many businesses this year did not make profits? How many businesses made profits? So it's from this declaration of your annual returns that the government can tap in and get information to see how they can better or to structure out a good map or roadmap to help business owners. So personally, I know that innocent people would fall victim of this just activity. However, this is where, of course, on this table we can prefer solutions and from our own opinions. I personally would expect and employ the CAC authorities to ensure that they give out this punishment from an education standpoint, because a lot of people just register their businesses because, of course, they have the consciousness that their business was registered. They don't want to be seen as scams online and the rest, so everyone goes ahead to register. Now they know that information. They know that for me to be seen as a legal entity, I must be registered. That's an education, an informal, cognitive way of learning. So now to make them see that to remain an entity under the Companies Allied Matters Act, to remain a living entity that does business, then you must continually submit your reports. That must be done in an educational system to these guys. So it means that you send messages every now and then, not just by website information, but text message, because when you are trying to register, you have like phone calls, contact numbers, and send messages to them, reach out to them, have small seminars within the market environment with these people, letting them understand how they can go about these things. In fact, you can, of course, give out agents for subsidized prices or amount of money or fees to help them with this process, with this activity. And then they start to see the impact of the government, not just by registering their business, but by also being involved in the business process. Okay.
I was almost trying to throw a spanner at that wheel, but you caught me. It's all good. CAC, we want to see businesses strive. We want to see businesses learn, because just like you said, a lot are still going through the curve. They might not even know what they are not doing well. So a lot of sensitization, like he said, need to go out there. And for those that didn't get the call, the mail, or the SMS, keep believing. Go back there and ask questions. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll talk Lagos and Ladipo spare parts market. This promises to be interesting. Don't go anywhere. It's still SBL. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here, that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you say alert the warriors.
Okay, so mona listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development wey dey work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we no dey abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Welcome back. This is still SBL, and we are reaching you right from Lagos, Nigeria. Okay, now let's talk about Ladipo and Lagos State. Now, Lagos State have sealed Ladipo spare part market over environmental violations. This is like we can't even count the number of times. Lagos State government has sealed the market. That's the Ladipo spare parts market located along the Murtala Mohammed Airport on Apapa Oshodi Expressway, citing repeated environmental violations. Now, the action was confirmed on Sunday by the Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokumbo Wahab, on a post on X. Wahab said the closure followed sustained non-compliance with environmental regulations, including improper waste disposal, obstruction of drainage channels, and activities contributing to environmental degradation along the busy expressway corridor. He noted that previous warnings and engagement with the market operators failed to yield lasting compliance, necessitating stricter enforcement action by the state. The sealing of the market forms part of the state's broader environmental enforcement drive aimed at restoring order, improving sanitation, and safeguarding critical transport corridors. The government warned that markets, businesses, and individuals found violating environmental laws would face similar sanctions, stressing that economic activity must not come at the expense of public health, safety, and environmental sustainability. That's coming from Wahab. Okay. A whole lot has been said about this sealing, and what happened before. This is not the first, this is not the second time, this is not the third time. How can the markets comply? And how can we take politics out of this?
The market can comply if the local government is hands-on, because markets is directly under the administration of the local government.
Okay.
So I want to find out what the local government chairman is doing, because the local government chairman has a stake in determining who the head of the market is. So if, as a local government level, government can determine who the head of the market is, then they can give the head of the market a mandate. And you don't just make somebody the head of the market. The head of the market is supposed to have a disciplinary measure for people that defies the rules and regulation of the market. And they can form a framework with with the market, with the traders and the local government to come up with a framework to achieve the environmental procedures and practices that, protect the lives. I mean, when we talk about this, the most vulnerable people are the traders and, of course, the people that come to patronize them. So clean environment is not for even the commissioner or the state governor. It's for the people that patronize the market and the people that go there every day as a means of livelihood. So I don't know how every time it escalates to the point where the state government is intervening through the office of Mr. Tokunbowa, the Commissioner for Environmental. So I feel like the local government needs to sit up, the chairman of the local government needs to sit up. And I know there is a lot of politics around who heads the markets because a particular ethnic group dominates the market. And there's always politics around who heads the market, which ethnic group are they from, and all of that. But either way, I don't think performance and capacity is by any ethnic group. They should just put somebody that can get the job done. Because each time we lock markets like this, we lose a lot of money. It's unfortunate that in Nigeria, we don't put numbers to activities like this. So when you lock the markets, GDP suffers because a lot of transaction is stopped. A lot of people that depends on daily job, they are unable to feed. And they are the people that suffers, the vulnerable people. Those are the people that suffers. The big people that have big warehouses, they probably have other branches in other parts of the states, and they don't really feel it. But there are a lot of people that depend on the daily transaction that happen within that market. And I think we should work towards cautionary and means to even prevent us from getting to the point where we lock the markets. So we should put in place the head of the market that has capacity, that can make people do what they are supposed to do. If possible, there should be discipline that is not too, that is mild, that will still get the job done. I don't want to see us locking markets. We are a struggling country. We are trying to grow a GDP economy. We are never going to get there if at every time markets like this where
is the resolution
is shut down.
Does Tokunbo Wahab know that? So he needs to be informed right now. Now he brought up a particular point that we need to escalate. In all this particular story, both the first, the second, the third, we did not see the mention of the local government. And most times, levies are paid on daily basis to the local governments, then before it gets to the states, then NULTW2, because they are also under axis. We're also forgetting that not just spare parts market, there are perishables being sold in the market in large numbers.
That could actually, waste away and...
Yes. So who is going to cater for these losses? Start from the local government.
So at the end of the day, I like the end part of it was who, of course, suffers the most. The vendors, the people who are selling there suffer the most because now they're not making money. In extension, like Amin said, it also affects the GDP because one day of not selling, one day of not making profits, of course, affects the economic standpoint of the country. Personally, I've always had issues with the view and the role of the local government generally. I get angry whenever I pass through this, through these markets generally, because you just wonder, what exactly are you doing? Do you expect the president, who is probably not in the country, in Abuja, or the state governor who is about the place trying to get things done, to come to this level to work? So if you cannot do this job properly, then why are we always just calling out? Yeah, it's political. They're the ones that put them there. They know how they got there, but still, there's a mandate. There's a responsibility that's given to you. Our markets need this environmental, cleanliness. It's not sustainable to see how they are. So I would hold on. I think first things first, the local government officials or officers should be held liable for this situation, because they are the ones that are closest to the market. They are the ones put in charge of this local activity. And I mean, like you said, local governments, they've not done anything to sustain these workspaces or these workplaces. And then at the end of the day, we'll have to come again to come and help. Then the possible punishment is to close up the place. First things first. It's like an angry father that just says, leave this place, just go to your room, go and lock yourself in your room. That's the first thing that happens most times when you look at the punishment or the sanctions that are given. They lock up the place and then they go about thinking on what to do. But we're forgetting that every hour, every day that goes by without selling, it affects the economy. Again, it is legally right for the state authorities to be, to lock or to give us sanctions when it comes to environmental issues. However, it must be done simultaneously to not negatively affect the economy. So for this issue, I personally on this table again, I think today I came with a lot of advice. Would advise the state government to look into infrastructures of our markets.
Okay.
It's very important. You go to some of these markets, and there was time during Fashola's regime, you'd see policies like every Danfo bus must have waste bin in their buses. So these are areas, policies that can be put in place to cater for, a neat environment that is, environmentally sane for buyers, for vendors, and for the general public. Putting waste bins around, timely, taking off of this waste, and then also you'd place ownership and responsibility on the vendors. A lot of times you go into markets and you cannot even see the responsibility put on their shoulders. You just do anything, they throw it away. Ladipo, for example, the spare parts, the oil, everything just messed up in the environment. What infrastructure is putting in place for their drainage of oil? The ions, where are they disposing them? How are they being transferred away from that market? These things can be they can be recycled. So the funny thing, if you go in there, you see there's a structure around it. You see the northern guys, like they have their own section where they weigh the ions for recycling, but it is not on the standard that we can put it when it comes to a world market. A lot of people know a small market. We've known this market for a long time. It's a generational, industry on its own. So, like it needs that infrastructural development. So we know this section is for the sellers, this section is for the buyers, this section is for the recycling, and these sections are for offices, for warehouse. It's needed. So when you go in there to do your business, you can hold people responsible for waste. If you see, for example, oil just poured around in a particular environment, this section, there should not be oil here. So why is there oil here? Why is this spare part laid around here? Because these are the things. And then of course, also the human management or supply chain management system also has to be put in place. That's where you hold on to the leadership in Ladipo. Because you go there, you just see anybody, any random person. I mean, people that are coming from outside Lagos that don't know where to go to, where to stay. They go there. They also about them, they sleep around. Also creates room for criminal activities. So, but once you have a structured, infrastructured environment development in that environment, you see that you have security. There are cameras, there are gates into different departments. Then of course you can start competing for even international. Because how do you expect international investors to come down when that place is like that? So it's not just about locking down the place. And I'm going to close my speech with this. It's not about closing down the place, like Amin said. We are losing money. It's an hourly, it's a second, it's a minute activity that we actually lose money in that place. So it's not about closing the place down. So Mr. Wahab, well done. Amazing job you do, but please let's look into the best possible way to sanction people. The guys that depend on daily pay, the perishable traders, who's going to compensate them? Or would there ever be a compensation? There will never be a compensation.
So there won't be compensation, but it's a collective thing. It's unfortunate that I want to believe that some people will comply with the environmental procedures. Definitely. So you can't just punish everybody together. So that is why monitoring and local government needs to be hands-on. And what punishment is coming to the local government? Exactly. So the only punishment that is coming to the local government is they lose revenue for the time that the market is being shut. And I want to believe that they've done their their budgets are based on the fact that they are going to get revenue from the market daily. So if it's being shot, they lose money too. But they don't care because it's public fund.
And you know what? One of the reasons why they don't actually care is that when they come back to business, they have the leeway to increase the levy
to cover for the
loss. I've seen it. I've experienced it. So if this market is closed down for the next four months or 3 months, and let's assume it costs per vendor or per owner of shop in that place pays about 2,000 naira a day. Once they come back, they are paying 5,000 naira. That's their own punishment. But in a way, local government is like they're transferring the onus to them. So you know what, hold on to the responsibility and everything. When we come back, we'll trash it out.
Okay. Dear Wahab, I know you're listening, and I know you will also see that there is always a human angle to everything. Let's not forget and get business going. Yes, let's get straight to our next story, and it has to do with Niger Republic. Now, Tinubu has ordered that transit of goods to Niger via Benin and Kebbi should be open. The president has instructed the Nigerian Customs Service to allow trucks carrying transit goods to Niger Republic to pass through Benin Republic and Kebbi State. And Controller General of Customs Bashir Adewale Adeni said on Saturday the directive was disclosed during Adeni's courtesy visit to Kebbi State. Governor Nasiru Idris in Benin Kebbi, highlighting the government's efforts to facilitate smoother regional trade. The policy aims to strengthen economic integration in West Africa by easing cross-border movement of goods, reducing logistics bottleneck, and lowering costs for traders. Okay. When the military issue, junta and coup were happening simultaneously, and Nigeria was told to go intervene and all that, there was this blockage that happened. Then goods found their way at the borders. Movement was difficult. But right now, everything is gradually easing. Do we see this as a way of trying to bring them back into the union, or trying to just foster some form of relations?
There are so many ways to look at it. Nigeria has resumed diplomatic talk with Niger and lifted the sanction. So part of the sanction that was put on Niger is to block the borders to put pressure on the military junta to return back to democracy. And that did not work. It obviously did not work. So Nigeria have decided to resume diplomatic talk. And this is why we are doing this. And Nigeria does not want to lose the economic activity they enjoy with that particular country permanently to other countries like Algeria, or even European countries like Russia and Turkey. Now, that being said, this is a campaign year. That route is also a smuggling route.
Yes.
And we know how big smuggling is in the country. So smuggling in Nigeria, the smugglers, they have a block too, and they have influence in elections. They put a lot of money in elections. We know a lot of them. There is a popular...
When you say we,
we Nigerians know, because it's no longer a secret. There is a big documentary about smuggling in Nigeria, documented on YouTube for the world to see. An investigative journalist went undercover as a smuggler and documented the whole places, and a lot of names were mentioned by both custom officers and other smugglers on that road. So we know it's an open secret. And these people, they have a lot of influence in elections too. They put a lot of money in election. So I don't know if this is a pressure coming from the smugglers, because it's a coincidence that this is happening in an election year. And we've shut those borders so many times, even before the military junta, because that is how rice is smuggled into the country and destabilize our agricultural industry and sector. So everybody knows. Beyond that, arms and militias goes through that border too into the country. I don't want us in the next 2-3 months to come back to this table to talk about resumption of banditry, arms movement, kidnapping in those axes.
Trafficking as well.
Trafficking as well. It's Kebbi State, right? Let's mark it. Let's see what happens in the next 3 months. In this country, we all know the right thing to do. But when it comes to election, we don't know how to keep to the right policies and the right strategies because we want to win election. Like I said, anytime we are in an election year, anything is possible because with enough pressure, government will relax policies. And there's always a good way to paint policies. So, yes, it's good for regional trade, like I said. And custom, even in their submission, they said they are going to be digital surveillance to make sure that arms is not moving, meaning they have agreed that that place is a route for arms movement. And they are telling you that they will put policies in place to avoid that. So all eyes on the custom, all eyes on the defense department of the country, on the military, to be able to safeguard the lives and property of people that live within that axis. Yes, there is complaints by the border villages that depends on trade between Nigeria and Niger Republic. But the bigger problem is safety and security. That place is a porous border and is a security threat for Kebbi and the rest of this country.
Porous border and a security threat. Okay, do you buy his submission?
Yes, 100%. We don't have a policy issue in Nigeria. I mean, like I always say, you can always sit down in the conference room and look at your problems, put in a good prompt, and ChatGPT will give you a very wonderful policy. It's the practical side of things that actually matters. And to open up the borders, very good. I personally would commend the president for looking at regional trading and saying how we can, of course, open and have smooth, markets with our neighboring countries. But this, of course, opens discussions for border security, smuggling, trafficking, just like Amin mentioned earlier. So what are we going to do in that situation? Because let's not lie to ourselves. Anything that has to do with border, you should put these measures in place to counter these activities, because it is prone to receiving these illegal accesses, illegal activities, illegal business. So if we are going to do this, then we must be thinking ahead. Is it possible for this to happen? Yes, it is possible. What are we putting in place to ensure that if we don't even capture it 100%, we can capture it at least to a very high level. Nigeria is still a little bit, I won't use the word a little, no, I will rephrase my word. Nigeria is actually a sensitive and a very vulnerable country right now in terms of insecurity. So we cannot just jump on policies without looking at how these policies can open rooms to issues like mentioned from what these custom officers face every now and then when it comes to the borders. So it is important that while the policy is good, the practical side of this policy must be attended to.
Okay, while we're looking at this particular policy, let's also consider that our neighbors and our brothers in the Niger Republic, they are almost landlocked, and they need they need goods and services coming through Nigeria to also make them be able to grow and live. It's our responsibility to man and protect our borders. So we look forward to seeing what's going to happen. As Amin is always emphasizing, an election year is upon us. We will do the right thing. We'll keep watching, and in the next 2-3 weeks, we hope it doesn't go negative. Let's get straight to housing, and a big week is coming to say political will can deliver affordable housing. Now, who is this coming from? It's coming from Nigeria's immediate past Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo. He said that affordable housing delivery in the country is achievable if government demonstrates strong political will. I almost said it the way he said it, but hey, his voice is a bit thicker. And clear policy execution. Now, he's arguing that housing deficits are not insurmountable, but persist largely because of weak implementation and limited coordination across government tiers. Osinbajo made the remarks on Tuesday in Lagos while delivering the keynote address at the 2026 Wema Board Real Estate Outlook team unlocking land and infrastructure for inclusive housing. He stressed that access to land, infrastructure, financing, and regulatory efficiency remain central barriers to mass housing deployment in Nigeria. Okay, dear gentlemen, I always like it when, in quotes, politicians come to say this kind of thing when they are out of office. My first question is always, but when you were in office, what did you do?
You did market money. Traders' money. So that's on a lighter note. I am of the opinion that government have a lot to do with the housing deficits. I put this problem directly on the table of the government. I start by land allocation. Land allocation in Nigeria, nothing is reserved for low-cost housing. Everything is allocated based on who can pay, pure capitalism. And in a country like this that we know how we are colored in terms of our economic powers in this country, we cannot allocate all the land to the private. And it's sad that in states like Lagos State, civil servants cannot even afford Lagos housing projects. Civil servants, honest civil servants that live within their means cannot afford Lagos housing projects. Lagos State has housing projects across the state from Lekki all the way to Igando. But honest living civil servants that work for Lagos State cannot afford it. So I want to ask, so what is the Commissioner of Works doing? When you call something a state development, are you competing with the private developers? If even your own staffs, and a state where the minimum wage is 100,000 a year, how do you expect an average worker, even if they are combining household income, let's say husband and wife, 150,000, they still cannot afford an average Lagos State development. So part of what I advocate is for government to have development across all the 50 local government areas where the commissioner can let houses to people for cheap across all the local government. We can do it. A city like New York, government have over 100,000 units of housing that is going for as low as 5% of the prevailing market value of that apartment. What does that mean? It means the government is providing housing projects where if the market value is 100,000, they're asking people to pay 5,000 to rent. So government can do that, and it can be monitored. And this is 2026. I don't want us to keep talking about government cannot manage. Government cannot do administration, and we push everything to the private sector that we know is profit-driven. So we need to develop, give our people social services like housing, and it has to be properly done. I don't want us to build houses that down the line there won't be water, there won't be electricity, and they will say because it's government-run. If the government can run BRT successfully for about 15 years, they can run housing projects across the states that will be affordable for people. So I agree totally with Professor Osinbajo that it's all about government's will. So if in a local government, if government has 100% of land, they should be able to reserve 5% or 10% for public development that will not be sold, that will be rent to people. Because whether we like it or not, a lot of people in our majority of numbers might not be able to ever afford to buy a house, but affordable rent is possible, and we've seen it being demonstrated in the big countries, in the big developed countries, even in cities where they have limited land, like New York. So New York is a very, very tiny city. It's like Lagos, it's surrounded by water, but they still have over 100,000 units of, they call it housing project, very cheap. And beyond that, that is not enough. They also have a program that is called Section 8. Section 8 is where you write to the government that you're having economic difficulty, and the government will offer to pay 50% of your rent to your landlord. So the government will have an agreement with you and your landlord. You only pay half of your rent, and the landlord gets the prevailing balance from the government. So housing is very, very important. In Nigeria, there's a lot of campaign around education, but for kids that sleep under the bridge or in slums, how can they even properly assimilate education? Having roof over our head is human decency, is what we need, and government needs to do better. In Lagos State, 3 local governments have developed housing estates with hundreds of units. But again,
are they affordable?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. But it's not affordable. But if they can build it, they can as well manage it and rent it directly to the people at 10%, 20%, 30% of prevailing market value. Because guess what? The money is for the people. So we can't just run the economy at a profit. There should be a section of the economy that is run based on social and just basic human necessity delivery to the people.
Okay. Running at basic human necessity and deliveries to the people. Okay, now let's come to you as someone that would know play in this particular sector. Can government do all what Mr. Amin have said?
Yeah,
is it possible?
It's very possible. And even if it's not even possible, it is possible, because I mean, the government, and the first role of the government is, of course, to take care of the people, the citizens. And this is one area that needs to be looked into. I was coming to work this morning. I was forced to even send my mom a voice note of appreciation for the hard work of ensuring that I don't sleep under the bridge. It was an eyesore to see people actually from Akombo down to CMS. It was very pitiable. And you would see these are downfall drivers that are actually doing everything possible to have a good life. Is it possible for them to actually get a room self and the rest? Yes, it is. A lot of times and there's one, as I heard I think maybe local government of one particular area here in Lagos, I won't mention, just finished their own housing scheme. And I was seeing the prices they're looking to give it out for, and I just laughed. I'm like, this is not for the common man. This is not even for the average man. So why build these exotic smart homes in the name of, or under the guise of government scheme? And even people that earn $1 million can actually not afford it. It's ridiculous. So this is where the government needs to come in. They need to come in to ensure that the policies around doing this housing scheme are looked into, the framework around that guides building these things. Because at the end of the day, you'll find out that years after, they're vacant. They're not given out, because people can actually not get it. And because there's a government scheme, quote unquote, should I say, coverage on it, they can't then give it out on a private level, because they do that means they are actually breaching the legal or regulatory procedures that guides the money that was put in, or the investment that was put into this housing scheme. So it's ridiculous when you look at it. So the government needs to come in to play a very crucial role. Yes, while I understand that there's a need for also public-private partnership, we have seen public-private partnerships fail a lot of times. Why? Because, again, the public side of it is, I want to believe, human-driven, and the private side of it is profit-driven. So coming together, it has to be on a balanced level. But you find out that it's not enough to just give a private owner or a private business a bare land to build. They bear more. If you look at it very well, when it comes to the profit sharing, they bear more cost, because we know how much it costs for a bag of cement, how much it costs for a bag of sand, for a truck of sand rather, how much it costs to buy steel, iron, and the rest. Then they do all of these developments, and then you expect them to give it out as a cheap price. So this is where the government needs to play the forerunner game of ensuring that they don't come in as a 50-50 situation. Yes, it's called PPP, but you can as well still have a high stake in it. Subsidizing prices.
Can I come in?
Yeah, please.
Even private investors on the mainland are providing solutions that government are supposed to be providing, which is a situation where a developer takes your land, they lease it for 20 years, and then they also lease the apartment when they are completed. So an apartment that is going for 1.5 million per year, the developer will say, give me 7 million or 8 million for 15 years. So by the time you divide it, you are getting the apartment for cheap. So local government can invest in these long leases and give it out to the people. They are not losing any money. Do you understand? So if normally you are going to get an apartment for 1.5 a year, we all know that 10 years alone is 15 million. And the developer is saying, give me 7 million or 8 million. I just want to pay back my loan and make my profit and go to the next development. So at that calculation, you see the rent comes down to about 400,000, 600,000, which is very good. So as a local government chairman, they can actually invest in some of these apartments and give it out at that price, and they are not losing anything. They just make sure whoever they are putting pay promptly. So it's like a interest-free loan for housing. Beyond that, we need to point to the fact that in Ikoyi, 40 to 50% of the apartments have been laying empty for over 15 years.
Same thing is happening on the mainland, yes.
The entire Ikoyi, Banana Island, offshore, Old Ikoyi, 50% of the apartments are laying empty.
And the security men are now renting it out?
They are not
undercover.
I don't know about that, but they are laying empty. So government cannot continue to give allocations to people that build, and nobody is just saying staying there. Okay. And the apartment just come in the balance sheets at the end of the year that, okay, we have this asset, but it's laying empty. In places like UK, there is a law against vacant apartment. There's a number of years that an apartment would lay empty and people are free to break in to live if you are homeless. There's that regulation. So we should start thinking in that direction, because there's so many development that is going on in this axis. Lekki, Ikoyi, VI, Eco Atlantic, is the same set of people that are buying 15, 20, 30 apartments, and they only live in one or two, and they leave the rest empty. So they are just accumulating this apartment because it's within the reach of not just average Nigerian. Even the people up the ladder, upper middle class, cannot afford this apartment. An average in Lagos now, where minimum wage is 100,000, apartments are going for as high as 3 billion naira.
Okay, let's bring this home. Dear Lagos State, there's a lot of work to do. Thanks you for the steps you've taken with some local government and some of your apartments. But remember, like we say on this table, if we are building for civil servants, then civil servants should be able to afford what is being built for them. We can't be building for civil servants, but it's businessmen that can't afford it. That does not augur well for the state and the people. So we need to do better. And that industry needs to grow, because if we have a real thriving real estate sector, then that tells us that our economy is actually doing well. Let's talk CBN. CBN is telling BOI to run a non-interest banking window. Yes, you heard it from us. Central Bank of Nigeria. They have approved the Bank of Industry to operate a non-interest banking window, enabling ethical financing for businesses and entrepreneurs across the country. The approval allows BOI to provide Sharia-compliant or interest-free financial products that adhere to religious and ethical principles, expanding access to capital for a broader range of investors and businesses. Okay, dear Mukhtar, I'm going to start this with you. Just keep it short. If you are providing non-interest loan, is it specific to a group of people or a region, to everybody?
It has to go with the government policy, the industries that we want to grow, and it has to be monitored. Because I've experienced during the Buhari administration, a lot of people that got money for agriculture spend the money importing cars from America and from Europe.
So, and some married extra wives. Don't forget that part.
So,
okay, non-interest Sharia-based policy for people that will likely get, and people that have not accessed this But me as a Christian and I have a company, can I go and apply for that particular non-interest?
Yes, if of course.
I'll be given based on.
Well, yes, I don't think it's a regional thing. Okay. It's just to accommodate. It's more of an inclusion. Okay. So that's just basically it. So yes, you can go ahead for it. Okay. Even yeah, that's just my submission. It's an inclusion. It's not to just focus on one region. It's just an inclusion. Okay.
Now why not? Let's just say CBN tell BOI to give loans without interest.
Well, again,
I don't know if I'm making sense, because if there is a sector where you can actually give loans without interest, then why put interest in the first place? If CBN can say, don't take interest on this. I'm just saying as a layman, I think I will need more education on this. Well, why interest?
It's to look. Again, it's more of what exactly is what are they trying to achieve from this? Earlier I did mention it's more of an inclusion. So sometimes policies, when new policies are being put in place, it can affect the people already in that system, either in a negative way or the positive, or it just stays the same. So for this particular policy, of course, if it's implemented well, it's more of a support to the SMEs. If you look at it from that angle.
Definitely.
Yeah, so it's an open room. It's just, personally, I'll put it in under a bracket of just an inclusion. That's just my view about it. It's an inclusion to bring in this side of this set of people to say, okay, come do business. Okay, while
we're looking at this set of people come do business, let's talk about fintechs. CBN have listened to us. We've talked about this several times on this table, and CBN is one of the Nigerian fintechs that are exposed to global funding shock. Central Bank has cautioned that the country's fintech sector remains heavily reliant on foreign capital. We have said that several times here, and they are vulnerable to global economic shock and sudden shift in investor sentiment. Is CBN waking up too early or too late?
I don't think so. They are right on time.
They are right on time. Okay, solutions.
Our solution is that local participation. We can just continue to advocate for this fintech that they are here to stay. There are so many naysayers about them surviving even up to this moment, and people are still careful with doing business with them, investing in them. So we just need education in this industry and encourage local participation in investing and keeping them afloat, doing business with them.
Okay, investing and keeping them afloat. Okay, can we have a policy just like they have in the Middle East, where there's a financial shock? You can't just wake up one morning and pull your 10 billion from one fintech and just back to your country. Is it possible? Can we put those policies on ground here? It's going to be hard, because at the end of the day, it's not. It's business, and if an investor puts in money into something, they have every right to say, okay, I don't want it. So it goes back. There should be a process. It goes back. Of course, it goes back. It goes back to what either the memorandum or the framework of the regulation or policy, or what binds them, what binds the business. It goes back to that. So there is, like I said, a time frame. So if there's an issue, 90 days, 60 days, mediation, and all of those things. Not just go in and just take it. But again, an investor coming to invest in your business or invest in your fintech and all of that in the startup, you can't limit what they do with their money and how they want their money in.
And the economy is not ripe for that kind of legislation. Exactly. It's going to scare away money.
Investors.
So we need to go to a certain level for us to bring that kind of legislation.
Okay. Before we even get to that part of legislation, we've seen a lot of fintechs and they are getting monies from the abroad, like they call it. And we see that the monies from outside this country is way, way, way more than any other thing. So if we put it per share, they almost own the company based on what they've put down. So we have a Nigerian name, foreign money.
Yeah, it's the same thing for emerging industries. So Nigerian businessmen and investors, they are very cautious. So any emerging industry, they take their time. They usually catch on last. Even the entertainment industry, music, movies, is now combined together is worth about $10 billion. Nigerians don't have 10% of this investment. They are all foreign money, from Netflix to Apple Music to YouTube, major labels around the world, Warner and all of this. And Nigerian businessmen, rich people, they are just looking and they are seeing the Lamborghinis, they are seeing the Ferraris, but they are not putting their money into the industry. So we just need to, the Nigerian businesses are just comfortable putting their money in oil and gas and conventional banks.
Okay.
So we can only preach for more local participation in these emerging sectors, all these new sectors.
Okay. Things really need to change. Things really need to change. Now let's get to our last story for today, and we are heading to Burkina Faso. It's the local gold market, and that's where we're heading to. Now, look, Burkina Faso has hit a record 94 tons of gold in 2025. Burkina Faso gold production reached a historic high of 94 tons in 2025, reflecting an impact of recent mining reforms, policy initiative aimed at boosting the sector. The surge positions the West African nation as one of the continent's fastest growing gold producers, attracting both domestic and international investment. Officials credited streamlined regulatory processes, improved mining infrastructure, and incentive for private operators with driving output grown. Now, the gold in Burkina Faso foreign earnings has given government revenues, boosted government revenues, and overall economic stability, underscoring strategic importance of the sector. Analysts said record production signals potentials for further growth if reforms are sustained, while cautioning that continued investment in environmental and social safeguards will be essential to ensure the mining contribution in long term includes both local communities and development of these communities. What do you say to the leadership there in Burkina Faso? Because this is from top to bottom.
Yeah, it's kudos to them because they are now very closely behind Ghana, that is the market leader in gold in Africa. Ghana is doing 100 tons annually. They did 94. So I believe if they improve their productivity, they might either be on the same level with Ghana or they might surpass them. Now, that being said, Nigeria has way better potential than both Burkina Faso and Ghana in terms of land mass and in terms of the quality of our gold. Our gold ores, they are way better than the Ghana and Burkina Faso. But we all know oil has been distracting us from exploiting other sectors. And right now, it's not even about revenue for me per se. It's about the insecurity around this economy. There's a report that shows that Nigeria exports or smuggle 14 tons illegally with manual labor illegally. So if you can do 14 tons illegally.
With basin and shovel.
Do you understand? Imagine if we if we can operate on Ghana level or Burkina Faso's level in terms of improved mechanization with investments. These operations are funded by investment from around the world. And Nigeria is going in the right direction. The new minister for solid minerals, Mr. Dile Alake.
Is he still new? He's no longer new.
I mean, okay, well, the minister has been working around the framework of our solid mineral resources. There's a private gold refinery in Lagos with about $600 million investment. But like I said, my concern, even though I like to point out that our potential for gold will cover our current budget deficits. If we can maximize our gold potential, we will not need to borrow a penny to fund our current budget right now. So that is what that can do for us. But if we are able to find a way to make our gold exploitation work, that goes the end of insecurity in Northeast and Northwest, because the gold there and other rare earth stone is the hallmark and the center and the cornerstone of insecurity.
Okay.
So the gold is directly tied to insecurity and is going to close the gap of our revenue. So it is very, very important to tap into it.
Okay. Burkina Faso, 94 tons of gold, 2025. And Amin has posted that, hey, we can do better than that. But we're not even scratching it at all. Your 2 cents.
One lesson that I have taken from this is when it comes to policy, we have it in Nigeria. I think it's just more of how we administer these policies in real time. Resource wealth, of course, should always translate to prosperity, not just export figures. So it is very important that as a nation, we look at our neighboring countries, see what works in their own side, and I would say copy, if that's what you use, and of course try to be better in it. Nigeria is a very blessed country, which when it comes to resource, and if we can put these things in the right hands, right expert, professionals, people who understand what this market, this resource can translate to us to make our country prosperous, then of course move forward from there. If it's policy, don't worry, we have it in Nigeria.
Policies, we have enough of it. Implementation and the policies that really suit the economy and workable, that is where we have issues. If we can assess and really monitor and be efficient in mining, good to be specific, like Amin posted, we won't be worried about the budget deficit. We won't even be worried about how to fund the budget. We have a lot in our hands and we must play. We can't keep giving excuses and be looking at potentials. Potentials mean nothing until they are exploited. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. This is SBL, we talk. Remember, without you, we are just wasting our time here. So remember, let's keep going, let's keep pushing, let's improve and not just stop the conversation and the communication here on this table. Let's go on the social medias and talk. Drop your comments. I want to see those particular non-agreeing comments, not just follow and say yes, no, no. Let's get those controversial ones and we'll be able to, hey, get a reply. Work and think better. Thank you very much for being there. We'll do this again tomorrow. Remember, nobody's more Nigerian than you. Just play your part. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. SOUQ. Once again, thank you, to the Nigerian individual out there. One thing is constant across housing, energy, agriculture, finance. We have the policies as Nigerians, but it's very important that execution and institutional discipline are put in place. See you next time.
Amin?
Thank you, Nigerians, for being part of SBL this morning. For Lagosians, puts the eye on the State Assembly. They are currently reviewing the tenancy law. Make sure that it's not loop-sided. Make sure the law is not favoring the landlord. Lagosians are already going through a lot bad treatment from the landlord. So this is the time for the tenants to get better treatment from the landlord through the legislation. So put the eye on the assembly, put the pressure on your representative. Thank you.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens' promises. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: Japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Darren Asamoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developed in other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the other Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have, for whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty, and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstances. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were too very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could say that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close it. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Al-Fadi does this thing once every 4 years. Al-Fadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world, you understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die, you understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter who's asked is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do it? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
When Emeka talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood.
In the heart of Africa's growing hospitality landscape, where service and professionalism go hand in hand, the Hotel Managers Conference Africa 2025 unfolded in grand style. Held on the 28th and 29th of June at the Lagos Continental Hotel, the two-day gathering welcomed top hospitality professionals, experts, students, and stakeholders from across the continent. Hosted by Sunday Olubenga Omotayo, the conference was a celebration of growth, excellence, and the power of local talent.
Welcome to Lagos. Welcome to Africa. Welcome to the future of hospitality. In this room, it is strong and brilliance of Africa's hospitality industry. Professionals who have turned challenges into success, created unforgettable guest experiences, and driven measurable growth. You are not here by chance. You are here because you recognize that the hospitality landscape is evolving faster than ever. What worked 5 years ago may be obsolete today. But those in this room don't just keep up with change. You lead. Talk to someone, you lead. This is more than a conference. It's a movement. A movement to raise the standard of African hospitality and prove that we don't just follow global trends. We set there. Put your hands together and put it up. So, be present. Don't be distracted. I've seen distractions already. Hard questions. The first professor of hotel management and tourism is here. Professor SOUQ walked up to him and said, I asked him hard questions. Dr. Belinda is here. Most the big name when it comes to hospitality in the world, the global player, asks hard questions. Build connections. Make at least 10 friends, not old one, not new friends from different countries. There in this room. Welcome to Hotel Managers Conference Africa 2025.
Adding to the event's impact was the presence of Femi Wash Limited, whose media subsidiary, SOUQ News Television, served as the official media partner, offering live coverage, red carpet interviews, and podcast sessions that amplified the voices and stories shaping the industry. One of the event's high points was a series of insightful keynote sessions that tackled key challenges and emerging trends in hotel management. Professor Wasiu Babalola, SVP Africa at Content Worldwide Hotels, Turkey, and Academia with Atiba University, Oyo State, Nigeria, shared a thought-provoking address. Ahmed Raza, District Director, Nigeria, Radisson Hotel Group, shared insight on hospitality in Africa, driving excellence through local talent, highlighting the importance of investing in indigenous professionals for long-term growth. Dr. Belinda Nwosu, FIH of Lagos Business School, also gave a powerful talk on the future of hospitality, integrating global standards to drive excellence. Other speakers included Dr. Michael Pinda, General Manager of JS Signature Hotel, and Dr. Iyaduni Badebo, Director of Sales and Marketing at Eco Hotels and Suites, who contributed to discussions on hospitality development across the continent.
It's a pleasure to be here. Every one of you in this room, you are a gift. Thank you for the work that you do. A round of applause for yourself. I was reflecting this morning, thinking about how long I've been in the industry. Since 1998. Some of you were not born. And this is just an honor to be here and to see how far this industry has come over the years, over the decades. I'm going to talk about the future of hospitality. The future is already here, like Brenda has told us. But what are we going to do on our part to be part of that future? Global standards to deliver excellence. These global standards, we need to understand what they are and how they impact us as people and managers. So the first question I want to ask, and I want a response, if your hotel fails, who's to be fired first? We had some very powerful insights that I want to share with you, because at the end of the day, yes, we want to be global, but we need to look within as well. What is it that needs to change? So some of these insights are here. There's 5 nuggets. One is leadership development. We're going to talk about that. Networks and sponsors. Global currency, very, very important. Personal integrity. The fact that I put it forth doesn't mean it's not the most important. And finally, human flourishing. I will speak about that.
Event has been very good. It's growing every year. It's becoming dynamic, and the one place you have to come to every year to see what's going on, to network, and to help yourselves in your careers. We need to look at the future of our industry, and sustainability is important.
This event is, I would cap it as a storytelling of Nigerian hospitality. Started with various events in different parts of the country, and now it has now metamorphosed into Hotel Managers Conference Africa. So we're here to tell the story of the African hospitality sector. It's been an awesome experience. Sincerely, from yesterday we had the keynote speaker, Dr. Belinda from Lagos Business School, and she spoke quite a lot, and what actually still triggers in me is team strength and individual strength. And then today we now had Dr. Duni, who from Eco Hotel, Director of Sales and Marketing, and she spoke about storytelling.
My first time was last year, and this is my second time of attending HMC, and I can tell you for free, it's been very insightful. I want a situation whereby the hospitality industry will not be a dump of where anybody can just venture into. I want it to be a place where people that know their onions dive into the system.
Coming here today, I discovered that there is a whole lot to learn, and I've been learning. But what has really amazed me is the fact that Mr. Benga has been able to put this together and to ensure that there is no competition amongst hoteliers, but a synergy, and for people to work together to see that the hospitality business in Nigeria and in Africa is projected to the outside world.
Being here, I think it's a wonderful thing. Hopefully we can expand it to other African countries and just unitedly just bring Africa up.
We're not just here tonight. Okay. We are actually the head sponsor. Nice. So we didn't just come in first. It was a big one, so we just had to take the bull by the horn.
You want to do this again and again?
Yes, most definitely. HMC has come to stay already, and HMC is actually a big one, so yeah, why not?
The event also marked a significant milestone for students of the Hotel Managers School who received certificates after completing their training. symbolizing a new generation of skilled professionals ready to shape the industry.
The event has been a very impactful event. It has been a very knowledgeable event. It has been an event that we need to even have it for a week long to carry on for 1 week, because it has been an event that a lot of things have been taught here, especially when I listened to the presentation of the keynote speaker, somebody like Dr. Belinda. Dr. Belinda talked so much about the hospitality, and she shed more light of some things that we have been neglecting without knowing that that's what has been. So this event has been so much impactful, and we listened to Dr. Panda speak, and it has been so much impactful, and all the speakers for this event, they have shared knowledge.
The 7th edition of Hotel Managers Conference has been remarkable. It's been educating, informative, and transformative, and it's just been a wow. And a big shout out to the organizer, the convener, Mr. Lubanga Sunday Ombatayo, the veteran consultants.
This is my second time in this event, and I am very, very happy to be here, because here it's an avenue to express and get more experience, especially in the hospitality industry. We believe in growth, and I want to see the hospitality growing from this level to the next level.
So we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn. We've been into hospitality for years, so we know things have been evolving, things have been changing, so we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn.
Why we are both here is because hospitality is a very vast industry. So we see it as something that can improve us on what we are doing on our business, how to relate with people, then to network with the employers of labor, I mean the owners of the hotels, because we give them more work and we do businesses with them. And sincerely, at the conference, I've learned a lot. We've learned a lot, because when we got home, we always do briefing on it. So after the briefing, I saw so many things, and even up till now, we're still learning on it.
Okay, so this is my first time at the conference, and it was honestly a great experience. I am enthusiastic about the numbers. I'm happy about the number of people that want to actually get trained in hospitality, as it's a problem that's actually plaguing the industry. We need to invest more in training, and we need to ensure that people that can't even afford this training have the funding they need to access it.
Rounding up the conference were photo sessions and award presentations, recognizing exceptional individuals and organizations for their contributions to hospitality. The night concluded with a vibrant gala evening where guests, graduates, and industry leaders gathered to celebrate, connect, and look ahead to a more collaborative and innovative future for hospitality in Africa. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The Nigerian Civil Service, which is the hub of internal administration in government, is faced with an existential crisis in many fronts. Essentially, there's a problem of trust and confidence, as well as bureaucratic bottlenecks that lead to inefficiency, ineptitude, and redundancy. Many Nigerians now perceive the Nigerian Civil Service as a relic of the growing, outdated, Weberian, bureaucratic model of public administration. The Federal Civil Service Commission, FCSC, has been alleged to have compromised the philosophical construct of the first principle of its founding in 1855 in the way it goes about its work. It is sometimes inaccessible and insensitive to the needs of the people or the public. It has been alleged that it has compromised merit, not just on the altar of federal character, but in federal character diversity management practice. It is surprising that it has surrendered its constitutional independence helplessly to the whims and caprices of its political lords and masters, likely because, as professionals, it has lost the capacity to speak truth to power as it was in Nigeria in the 1960s through to the mid-70s. It is saddening that it has emasculated merit and replaced it with political patronage and unreflective nepotism. The dynamic that this created has certainly destroyed the gatekeeping essence of the Commission's constitutional mandate as the protector and defender of the merit system, and therefore as an institutional bulwark and guarantor of professionalism in policy and development management in Nigeria. It has also almost destroyed competency-based human resource management as an enabler of policy intelligence of a capable developmental state. Even the British, who transplanted the Service Commission concept along with many other countries in the Commonwealth of Nations, have brought creativity and innovations to bear in their public service people management practices, in how they have gone in rethinking their service commissions. The global community of practice and service have created such a large portfolio of smart, good and best practices that we in Nigeria as latecomers have no excuse to be so far left behind in being so uninnovative. In consonance with the renewed hope agenda of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a radical reform of the Nigeria civil service is desired by practitioners, professionals and members of the public. The recent Oransaye report suggesting the merger and reorganization of the ministries, departments, and parastatals of government should be implemented to the letter so that there will be square pegs in square holes. The congestion in most government institutions where idleness and redundancy prevail should stop, as this leads to inefficiency, ineffectiveness, and ultimately corruption. SOUQ today calls on the federal government to immediately set in motion the critical machinery to overhaul and revamp the country's civil service. I am Bayo Olaoye.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
From Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. This men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still barely chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind. He has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from day to day, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, you just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. but I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's the one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish. with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of large green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. You know, in this climate, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climate is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune, and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up till now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just just in the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. A young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. You know, hospitality, Africa is hospitality, hospitality is Africa. You know, so all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, you know, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, you know, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them. You know, they believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around, that's why he has not released money. There should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, you know, and all the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there's no process, you're just wasting your time. So and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always live where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They're not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. I mean, there's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You know, you don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you're entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there's nothing like leave. You know, you treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you know, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to that we consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they were heard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, you know, lapses to explore. And that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module, you have the restaurant and bar modules, you have the accounting module, the inventory module, you know, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's like it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All this is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. and you are seeing the attached rack rates, and you make a pick, and as you pick, you have the option of payment. And as you make the payment, you reserve the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy, makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door, that's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, My Mail Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? There's what you call, MasterCard, or floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and certain maybe 3 o'clock or so every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, the kind of permit, the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with a guest card. Right from the report you see. And when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against. on the island because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, you know. So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort, because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose, they are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't, you know, don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, you know, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good service is. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, you know, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in some, I mean, they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, you know. Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you know, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You know, you maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there's even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. You know, let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. You know, in my book, which I will be launching soon in my event coming up, I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand. You know, simple, you know, steps of creating a brand. You know, I mean, I made reference to such owners as accidental owners. You know, you just inherited a property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. Do proper feasibility study. Well, let me give you an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-rooms hotel in Delta, you know, and according to him, it's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 400 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. You can do something smaller, even with 100 million, you know. Yes, it depends. I just gave the practical example. You know of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, their due diligence. No, definitely, you know, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, it's value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. You know, I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. You know, these guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come, you know, to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly. And they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, you know, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You know, you have cost accountants, you know, apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. You know, the recipes are there in the software, you know, all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, you know, like in Lagos State now, a clock of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT, which is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. Is that not 12.5? How? How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, you know, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September, you know. It's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. You know, it sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers, you have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue, you know, look at the investment climb, look at the challenges, we rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions, you know. Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible. Very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. And this government arm will come and pay consumption tax. Another will pay advert. Another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own, you know. So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the #1 taxman in the state, for example, who will be in we call it investment roundtable. Who will be in the panel. We have a representative of the international brand. That's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja, you know. He'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who'll be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. You know, the government, tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, you know. And until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. While we always advise that, you know, owners should look at, you know, solar, which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, you know, hospitality is going. You know, we talk about sustainability, you know, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. You know, those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand. Always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. You know, a brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
According to the Bureau of Statistics data, this growth underscores the expansion of the Nigerian movie, music, arts, and entertainment industries, which have grown by 152.79% year-on-year over the past decade. From a gross domestic product (GDP) contributing of 288.31 billion naira at the first quarter of 2014, the arts, entertainment, recreation, motion picture, sound recording, and music production industries grew to 728.80 billion naira as of first quarter of this year. The MBS aggregates numbers for the sector from revenue generated total sales, from the number of movies and sound recording produced, including revenue generated from TV rights, royalties, and fees. The sector, which is part of a broader service sector, has become a major contribution to the country's overall GDP. The first top sectors are arts, entertainment and recreation, information and communication, construction, accommodation and food services and water supply, sewage, waste management and remediation. Nigeria's entertainment scene has benefited from a boom in new content, driven by increased investments, a growing cinema culture, and rising streaming services. The popularity of music genres like Afrobeat has also contributed to the boom in the industry. This reporter feels that Nigerians just need to ensure that our creatives and storytellers are telling amazing stories. Nollywood's financial success is attributed to box office revenue, home video sales, online streaming platforms, and international sales. In 2023, Netflix disclosed that it had invested over $23 million in the Nigerian film industry over 7 years, supporting 5,140 jobs and over 250 local licensed titles. This investment contributed $39 million to the Nigerian GDP, $34 million to household incomes, and $2.6 million to tax revenue. Cinemas in Nigeria generated 18.62 billion naira in revenue in the past 3 years, driven by a surge in ticket sales and box office hits. Between 2021 and 2023, movies like A Tribe of Judah have grossed over 1 billion naira, at the box office, and others like The King of Boys and Black Book have gone on to critical acclaim. The growth of Nollywood, the second fastest growing film sector globally, has spurred local investors to back creative talent. The country's music industry is also thriving. According to Spotify Wrapped, local music demand surged 284% in 2023. Statista reported that the sector's revenue grew from $26 million in 2014 to $34 million in 2018, with projections reaching $44 million in 2023. A 2023 report by the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry revealed that the music revenue in Nigeria and other sub-Saharan African countries grew by 24.7%, driven by a surge in paid streaming revenues, which climbed 24.5%. This growth is attributed to the global appeal of the Afrobeat genre and the international success of Nigerian artists. PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, in its Global Entertainment and Media Outlook for 2022 to 2026, identified Nigeria's media and entertainment industry as one of the fastest growing creative industries in the world. PwC projected an annual consumer growth rate of 8.8% for the sector and highlighted its potential to grow export earnings significantly, which is estimated will reach $1 billion soon. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warriors for down our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go reach 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where we uncover the gold in every enterprise. Today, we explore a buzzing opportunity that is sweet, sustainable, and seriously profitable: beekeeping and honey production. Niger's honey demand is rising, but supply still falls short, creating a lucrative gap in the market. Beekeeping is a low-capital agribusiness with high returns, especially when done organically. From honey to beeswax, propolis to royal jelly, every part of the hive has commercial value. Imagine this: low startup, high yield. A beginner-friendly venture with starter kits costing 50,000 naira to 150,000 naira and profit margins above 60% after the first harvest. That is very possible. Also, are you thinking climate advantage? Niger's tropical vegetation and long flowering seasons make it ideal for beekeeping almost year-round. So you know that's a good business to venture into. Now let's look at health and organic market boom. Natural unadulterated honey is in high demand. This demand kept increasing on a daily basis, not just locally but across West Africa and international markets. And it is used for different purposes, from health to skincare, culinary, and more. You may need further research, professional advice to understand exactly what I am talking about. Now, value chain potential. Processing and packaging honey, producing beeswax candles, selling hives, or even offering training is the way to go. Do not miss out. Just so you know, this is a climate-smart, gender-inclusive business that doesn't require owning a land or intensive labor. Here is how to take advantage. Start small with training and support. Enroll in the basic
beekeeping course. Many NGOs, agricultural institutions, and cooperatives offer short-term hands-on training. Join a cooperative to access shared equipment, farmland, and easier entry into the market. Invest in starter kits. Begin with 1 or 2 hives. Starter kits typically include protective gears, a smoker, hive tools, and a bee colony. All you need to get started. Explore the full value chain. Process and bottle raw honey for local or boutique markets. Create value-added products such as beeswax candles, lip balm, soap, and natural polish. Build and sell beehives or rent them to farms for pollination services. Offer training and mentorship as your experience grows. Target empowerment opportunities. That's very key. Many donor-funded projects now support climate-smart land-light ventures like beekeeping, making it ideal for women and youth with limited capital but strong entrepreneurial drive. From the wild to the wallet, beekeeping is more than a craft. It's a golden opportunity. With the right training and tools, you can turn nature's sweetest gift into your next source of steady income. And you know what? You don't need to think twice. If you want to go into it, take that decision now and get started. I am Grace Komalafe, and this is Cashcraft. I'll see you again some other time. Bye. Some people hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, I beg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish stools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komalafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut into it. Step 1, pick your project. Before you saw your first board, ask yourself, what do you want to build? Furniture, shelves, decorative wall panels, or maybe customized kitchen boards. Start small. A simple stool or bookshelf can teach you the basics and still fetch good money. Let's move to step 2. Tools, timber, and a plan. You don't need a massive workshop to start. Basic tools like a measuring tape, hand saw, drill, clamps, and sandpaper will do. Sketch.
Africa has always been dressed in meaning. Before fashion shows, before hashtags, before runways and red carpets, our fabrics spoke. They told stories of kings and queens, of resistance and ritual, of identity woven carefully into clothes. But somewhere along the line, something shifted. African fashion became visible yet familiar, popular yet predictable. The world began to see our prints, but not always our imagination. Now we ask a deeper question. Is African fashion being celebrated or simply consumed? Because heritage is not a costume, and tradition is not a cage. It is a living language meant to evolve, not to repeat itself. True creativity does not copy yesterday, it converses with it. It takes the past by the hand and walks boldly into tomorrow. And in an industry driven by trends, speed, and imitation, originality has quietly become an act of courage. My name is Olevi Idolo, and this is Just Africa. And I'm not doing this alone. I have my favorite person with me. Proudly, Delta Pecan. Yes, Emmanuel.
Yes. Well, it has to show. In case when I get to my village and they don't recognize me anymore, that's how I'm born. Hello Lagos, hello Nigeria, hello Africa. It's another interesting conversation we're going to have today on Just Africa, and I'm so glad that we're representing culture today. Yep. Even though it is from one prism, but it covers a lot. Yeah. I know if I addressed as a Delta person now, some people will be like, where is this come from? But at least this one covers everything. Yeah. Everybody understands it's just like Delta. The fact that I wear the same Delta, don't put anything to it. But it's going to be a very interesting conversation today because we have a very interesting guest today, which we have been waiting so long to have. Exactly. But we don't let her get the cat out of the bag yet.
So on Just Africa today, we step into the space where ancient meets modern, where African craftsmanship meets bold expression, and where fashion becomes a statement of identity, not imitation. This is not just a conversation about clothes. It is a conversation about who we are and what we remember and how boldly we dare to create. Stay with us, we'll be right back. This is the Just Africa. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on our YouTube channel. So this episode of Just Africa focuses on reclaiming African heritage through fashion, creativity, originality, and the future of African style. Our guest, Ambola Odufa, is the CEO of AO Afrique Clothing, also referred to as AO Afrique, a contemporary African fashion brand. Odufa focuses on reintroducing African heritage through fashion, combining traditional styles with modern aesthetics. He emphasizes creativity, urging fashion designers to innovate rather than simply copying existing designs. Under his leadership, AO Afrique aims to create bold, expressive pieces that celebrate individuality while honoring traditional African craftsmanship. He has been vocal in the Nigerian fashion industry regarding the need for originality and the blend of ancient and modernity. Yes, we want to say a very big welcome to...
I don't red carpet, but let's do green carpet.
We wanted to go with a red carpet to Mr. Bola so he can walk in. You can see him, he's all, in fact, when you see him, you know this is Africa. Yeah. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Point of correction. Okay. It is Odonfa, not Odufa. Odufa has a meaning. Odofa has its own meaning. Odonfa.
The meaning of his own, so that you don't mix it up.
Yeah. So what does Odufa mean?
Odufa means Festival of the Eraco. Odufa means message or the readings of the oracle.
Wow.
You see?
So you can see that.
The culture.
I and Apollo are proudly representing AO Afrique today. We are starred by this amazing guest live here in the studio. Yeah. So, talking about originality, I have seen AO Afrique style for a very long period. If what is trending, what many people see as palazzo today, the first time I saw it was with AO Afrique. That's what everybody is trending on right now. So, now the question is, why have you always stood on the ground of originality?
Thank you very much once again for having me. What we need to first understand is that where is the original styles from? Where did the combination of colors came from? Where did the master fashion came from? It is Africa. It is only when the Europeans, the Arabs, and the French came into Africa with their colonial missions that saw this, stole it, and then, washed our mentality, erased those that are hell-bent on sustaining that style and culture, through slavery, and then they now introduced and forced us to identify, as Oyinbos. This mission is was not just a day, it's for hundreds of years. But now, Africans are gradually, returning or realizing that the style originates from Africa. And it is important that you start identifying with Africa or African designs. Now, we got into the system, of fashion to represent Africa about 10 years ago. Okay. It wasn't a smooth ride.
Yeah.
We, after evaluating what people wear and how people style themselves, it is not what they want to wear. It is what they grew up to understand is the norm.
Yes, yes.
Like an average person, you wake up, you want to go to the office, you assume or you believe that you must wear tie, wear a jacket or shirt and all that. Yeah. This is not African style.
Sure.
Fela, in one of his songs, said a lot about, representing Oyinbo while you are suffering here in Africa.
Yeah, yes, right.
So we came in to, correct that notion and then also sensitize our people that you are far more beautiful or far more handsome if you represent your culture and heritage. It's not just about wearing. You are passing a message that this is who you are. It's about identity. It's beautiful than, beautiful and cheaper than, rushing to stores and spending millions of naira on one pair of dress. You can be more elegant by dressing Africa. So what did we do? We study what people are wearing. We now represent them using these African fabrics. And let me tell you, Ankara is not originally Africa.
Okay.
Yes.
I was going to ask you something towards
So
that.
the original fabric, original clothes for Africa are hand-woven, either in kente or ashoke. Hand-woven, which originates from raffia, leaves, the 3 barks and all that are woven together. When the woman tells you that Africa is full of monkeys and naked baboons, it's a pure lie. Before the advent of these colonial masters, we are already styling ourselves. We are living a civilized world or civilized lifestyle before they came in. So we prefer that original, that you have to make your own clothes yourself, dress the way you want, so that people will see you and see your. You don't need to tell anybody that this is where I'm from.
Yes. Yes.
Like I travel worldwide, I wear my style, my culture. Sure. I don't need to tell you this is where I'm from, and I don't care how you feel about it. And besides, I have traveled worldwide. The accolades, the appreciation has been very, very encouraging.
Wow.
So when we started, and we told people that now you need to wear ashoke. Try this on. People were saying, no. These are clothes of my forefathers. Why should I be seen in them? And you're wearing jeans. Jeans is also hundreds of years old.
Yeah.
So why not, add colors to it? Represent your style. An ashoke pants that is sewn like jeans, looking more beautiful than jeans. And then you have to pay 10% of what you pay for your jeans for that ashoke. It was difficult. But we insisted. We remained consistent with our style. And then we grow from design to design to design before this explosion.
Wow. Okay. He's going to tell us more about the evolvement of Afrik and how the society has come to accept this as a brand, accept who we are as Africans. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
vision, they did a great job raising you. When I create, you're my muse. The kind of smile that makes the news. Can't nobody throw shade on your name in these streets. Triple threat, you a boss, you a bank, you a beast. You make it easy to choose. You got a mean touch, I can't refuse. No, I can't refuse it. Picture perfect, you don't need no filter. Gorgeous, make them drop dead, you a killer. Shower you with all my attention. Yeah, these are my only intentions. Stay in the kitchen, cooking up, cut your own bread. Heart full of equity, you're an asset. Make sure that you don't need no mentions. Yeah, these are my only intentions. Picture perfect, you don't need no filter. Gorgeous, make them drop dead, you a killer. Shower you with all my attention. Yeah, these are my only intentions. Stay in the kitchen, cooking up, cut your own bread. Heart full of equity, you're an asset. Make sure that you don't need no mentions. Yeah, these are my only intentions. Shout out to your mom and dad for making you. Staying in a vision, they did a great job raising you. When I create, you're my muse. The kind of smile that makes the news. Can't nobody throw shade on your name in these streets. Triple threat, you a boss, you a bank, you a beast. You make it easy to choose. You got a mean touch, I can't refuse. No, I can't refuse it. Picture perfect, you don't need no filter. Gorgeous, make them drop dead, you a killer. Shower you with all my attention. Yeah, these are my only intentions. Stay in the kitchen, cooking up, cut your own bread. Heart full of equity, you're an asset. Make sure that you don't need no mentions. Yeah, these are my only intentions.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors awe at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Benden Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. We're still having this robust conversation on fashion, African fashion generally, with Agbola, the CEO of AO Afrique. Before we went on break, Amulo, you wanted to ask a question?
Yeah, so I wanted him to first, because we're explaining the origin of African culture and dressing, right? I wanted him to first explain what he was wearing, what material it is made from, because the truth is, once some of us know these things intricately, we can now go to the market to source a particular one. Because hearing for the first time that the Ankara is not even our own, we need to know which one is our own first, since we want to represent our guests.
Thank you very much. To start with, what is our own originally is the Ashoke.
Ashoke.
And the Kente from Ghana. Of course, Kente is not just Ghana. You know, most parts of Africa also use Kente. It's handwoven, you know. They use thread to make it, like Ashoke. Then Adire or Batik. So these are tie and dye. You know, from plain fabric, it is made into different design with dye materials. You know, and every Adire carries a message, depending on what message or what the event is. That is what it used to be originally.
Okay, it used to be.
Yes. Okay. Even now, there are some people that can still read Adire.
Oh.
Yes.
Is it the print? Is it the print on it? Okay.
There are messages embedded in it.
Wow.
So these have also been transferred into new Ankara designs. You know, like the tribal ones. You see, you know, different patterns, different African mask, African design, you know, like what you see in the walls of Egypt's tomb. You know, there are messages, you know, embedded in this material, just like handwoven material. So handwoven material, you know, over time became, you know, for the rich the popular and the wealthy. You know, a man can just call a weaver that I have a chieftaincy title to obtain, to receive, or my daughter is getting married, or I'm becoming a king. Design something for me. So it is the weaver that studies the lifestyle of this customer and then makes something solely for that event. So there is a message conveyed in these designs.
Wow. Is there a school for this thing?
We studied it.
So where did Ankara originate from?
It's French.
Okay.
Ankara is French?
Yes. Ankara is introduced into Nigeria, into Africa by the French. It is when they copied our designs and they took it like from our dire and all that. So they took it and used it to create
yeah. And then
now we have seen that many Africans don't like wearing African print like the adire and there was another one. Not even the ashoke, simply because they tell you that it easily fades off. The moment you dip it into water, all the dye, everything comes out, and the cloth is out of use almost immediately. That shows a sign of low quality. What can we do to ensure that our products are of high quality? So we don't just say, okay, is adire now? Someone like me, I don't like rocking adire because for that same reason, the moment I wash it, it's gone.
Let me correct that notion.
Okay.
Adire does not fade off. African clothes originally are meant to last forever, not just 100 years. What I'm wearing is about 60 years old. Yes, I have fabric of 100 years old. Yes. Adire, batik is meant to last lifetime if you don't tear it. Yes, of course, we have imitations of in every sector of manufacturing. So maybe you are referring to the imitated ones or the ones produced in China. You know, like it's polyester. It's like a nylon bag material. But the original adire is not just 100 years. It's meant to last a lifetime because these are crafts. They are originally designed. They took time to design them. So a lot is put into it, not just the time, not just the money, but emotion, passion, and originality. This will even outlast jeans.
Yeah.
So maybe you need to upscale the price you pay for these things.
Okay.
So that you get value. You will see some adire, you will even think that it is made by machine, and meanwhile it's handmade. Same thing with ashoke.
So how do you maintain it? Because the truth is, again, most of these things in your course of movement around, maybe they get stains, or that is where the fear is always coming from. How do you wash it? How do you dry clean it? Does it need washing machine or hand washing? Because these are the things that, in terms of maintenance, would ensure that it is sustainable, it lasts for a long time.
Like I said, so these are crafts. A lot is put into it. In those days, it used to be ceremonial. So when you wear, you dry it and then fold it and keep. The next time you want to wear it, you probably take it to the people that we call ololu. Then there was no electricity. It's like a mallet. A mallet, hammer, like a wooden hammer. They use it to press it, to take the shape. But now that it's now everyday clothing that is being accepted, you can wash it anyhow you want. In fact, there are precautions for Ankara.
Okay.
And that can pass for adire or ashoke. But then again, I will advise you use a recommended soap. You can even wash it in a washing machine. Nothing will happen to it, so long as you get the right quality.
Is this an adire?
No, this is ashoke.
This is ashoke.
This ashoke.
Ashoke.
You know, the thing is, we need to learn from
Ashoke is hand woven. Adire is the one you tie and dye.
Yeah.
You know, you get the plain fabric, whatever fabric you want, maybe cotton, maybe linen, maybe the one we call teru, you know, which is the low profile. Now, the quality is in the quality of the dye materials.
Yes.
And the patterns.
Yes. Okay, so Ankara has come to Africa. In fact, it has been associated with Africans right now. How much has the other part of the world accepted our ashoke? How much have they accepted our adire? Can we confidently say just the way Africans have accepted Ankara and Ankara has become our thing? Can we say that the other part of the world has also accepted our product and they can rock it, wear it anytime, anywhere, the same way?
Let me tell you the truth. The foreigners appreciate this more than Africans. Yes. Because if you watch the ceremonies by the West, you will see some of the light-colored people wearing adire, wearing ashoke. In fact, they love to be identified more with this because most of them have come to realize that what their forefathers, the stories their forefathers told about Africa is not true. Now, about 6-7 years ago, some of these big brands, you know, if they sell a pant for, say, for instance, 100,000, if they introduce a patch of African colors to it, they sell it double the price. Yes. Wow. Because of that representation. Yes. Now, look at the events in Buckingham Palace the other time. If you see the number of people wearing African clothes, they are almost equal to people wearing, you know, jacket and tie. The last popular video of Janet Jackson, 95% of our crew were in ashoke and adire. So tell me, it is us because, you know, a customer can say, Shibi is just ashoke. That can I just buy that? I can just buy there and put together. And you're selling at this price. I don't want. Or I can't pay so much for it. But the Oyinbos will pay double the price. We've had shows worldwide. You know, in fact, organizations reach out to us that come and rock our runway.
Yes, because I wanted to ask you about London.
In the US, UK, and Europe. In fact, in less than 2 weeks, we have a show in UK and another in Paris. We were invited. We didn't apply for it. We were reached out to because they've seen the consistency. They've seen the line at which we're towing.
Okay, so looking at it, those over there, they've come to accept this is our African print fabrics. They've come to accept it. But come back home, just as you rightly said, we still do Monday to Thursday wearing tie. When are we going to get it right in Africa? When are we going to say, okay, no, you don't necessarily have to wear tie and wear other fabrics. We're Africans, let's tell our stories ourselves. Because some persons will still tell you, I don't like native. That is the name we've given to our own clothes, native. So I cannot wear native to work. I can count the number of natives I have in my box or in my wardrobe. When are we going to get to that point where every African will get to understand that this is who we are? If we can't accept ourselves, why should the rest of the world try to copy our style?
We're getting there. And gradually, that is coming to play. You know, it is still the mentality, like I mentioned earlier, the mentality that if I don't wear a jacket and tie, somebody is going to scold me or somebody is going to laugh at me. Well, gradually, we're getting there. Some schools in Nigeria now, especially in Ogun State, they've started wearing adire as uniform. And yes, Ogun State, I give that to Ogun State because that's more like the headquarters of adire and batik. They've started, you know, mandating civil servants to dress down and be in Nigeria at least once a week. So we're getting there. And the explosion of numerous designers now, recreating these wares using African fabric is making it more fantastic to embrace. So gradually we're getting there. We still cannot rule out the fact that you call an event African show and somebody is still coming there dressing like Oyibo. Until, I usually advise organizers, if you say it's an African show, state categorically that you must be dressed like an African. But we're getting there. We're embracing it because I know what it was about a decade ago when we started, and I know what it is now. With our customers saying that I've dressed all my life like an Oyibo. Now, you're going to change what I'm wearing, put money down, design, redesign my look and all that. So we're getting there gradually. It's tough, but
yeah,
okay.
It is.
It's like, well, I know that you mentioned it in passing, but I'm going to go back there because I know I asked you there's a school for some of these things where people go and learn it. But what caught my attention was when you talked about messages in the prints, right? I know that somebody where we dressed send messages. I went to MC one wedding. And then they told me the way I was wearing my cap was wrong. The way it was faced. Like where they said if you are married, it goes to the right. When you are single, it goes to the I learned it from the elders in the room. So even what you are wearing sends a message, right? So those messages ingrained in them, are there schools where they teach it? So that when we dress, we don't just dress, it's not the costume itself, we're trying to send a message. Are there places where you go learn this thing?
You see, there's a lot that is involved in fashion designing. There is school to learn the basic, how to sketch a pattern, how to design, or how to look at somebody and say, this is what will look good on you. And how to sew, that's another category on its own. So the hard part of it is looking at creating what to put together. To make it a design that is fit for a particular occasion or a particular set of people or a particular age group. Now, the messages in these clothes is not what you learn in basic fashion school.
Okay.
These are embedded in history. If you go online, you will see all this, what this design means.
Okay.
Like some time ago, there is one of our clothes made with Ankara that I presented to a customer. I said, no, this is evil. I cannot put this on me. You understand? And there is no message that's message of evil. So because of that customer, I now had to go and study what it means. I went back to that customer, showed her and all that before she accepts. So people believe all these inscriptions because it is the mentality of average human being that if you are not a Christian, if you are not a Muslim, you are evil.
True.
You understand? And these messages are ancestral, tied to customs and tradition, and they are blessings, not evil. None of them is evil, but they are different messages.
Are there messages in your own prints? Because I've seen you do a lot. Right? Because again, I mean, this T-shirt, obviously everybody knows Delta is an oil-producing state, so I can understand why it's.
So I'll come back. I'll come back to how we arrive at. T-shirt.
Okay.
So this is just telling you that I'm a Yoruba man. It's a complete message. I'm a Yoruba man and a Nigerian because this particular fabric is for the Ebira in Kogi State. This patch on top of it.
Okay.
And yes.
Okay.
So this can also be aligned with Ghanaians because it has messages of Kente and also Igbo in it.
Wow.
And this is Western Nigeria.
So you get it? I did because again that part of the Kogi one actually caught me.
Yes. This is This is a traditional Kogi. And they have about 5 or 6 different color combinations, in Kogi there. And we have TV that is being represented by colors. I think their own is black and white. We have Idoma, which is red and black.
There's red and black.
Yes.
There's a yellow and black.
Yes. So all this we create to sell to people from those regions or people that have love for that tribe.
Okay. Yeah, I am loving this conversation because many people have said me on my beads and they were like, stay away from her. You know? Okay, so that when you talked about the evil thing, I clearly understand what you say because people have not come to realization that this is what makes us Africans, not the Thai and all that. And once you're not a Christian, you are evil. Okay, so when you started, how was it when the first time you were on the runway outside Nigeria? I know in Africa you've been to so many runways. How was it back then? How would you say the level of acceptability back then 10 years ago, and what kept you going? Because SOUQ Africa is a known brand right now. Or rather, a global brand, right?
Global is fine.
Yeah.
You see, in terms of financials, SOUQ Africa is not there yet. But what kept us going is that there's no fashion runway, local and international, that we don't get applauded. You understand? Because we have carved a niche for ourselves and ensure that what we are doing is not what everybody is doing. Rather, we're being copied.
Yeah.
So we put passion into what we do and we create our own designs from scratch. Okay. And it is not in conflict with any other designers. So at every runway, we get applauded, we get appreciated, we get accolades. That alone is an encouragement for us to continue and do better. Every time we come out with new stuff. In fact, there is no month that we don't create something new.
Yeah.
Wow.
And like what you're wearing, the beads are also accessories.
Yes.
There are some parts of Africa that up till tomorrow, this is the way they still appear.
Yes.
Beads, even their waist beads, it goes all the way to their thighs,
True.
which is forming their clothes. Now, these are the set of people that the colonial master says they are monkeys, they are evil. They pay so much money to visit that region, film these people, use it as documentary, and then make more money from those that believed them in the first place. So these are the set of people that they cannot change their tradition, they cannot change their lifestyle. So we've read stories of where the colonial masters goes to a country in Africa, wipe them out, and then inject white people there. Like Africa generally is black.
Yeah.
If you see white people claiming to be from a location in Africa, they are being injected into those regions.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, I love the SOUQ Africa brand, and I've seen some of your work in places where I keep asking, how did you get here? So pardon me, but I noticed there's a consistency. These line patterns in many of your clothes, the designs are different. You could have maybe backside pockets and all, but there's this consistent use of lines. Is it particular to your brand? Because even the cap you're wearing has got the same lines.
Okay, let me take you back a bit. I told you I joined fashion, or the wearable arts business 10 years ago. I did not inform you that I'm into construction. Yes. I'm into construction, metal, civil, and also power line. So I'm also into communications. I'm also into security systems. So I attend business meetings and I talk to my clients. And I have arts background. So all I need you to tell me is what you want. And I come up with a sketch matching or representing what you want. Then you approve the drawing, then I go back and do that construction. So my entrance into fashion is on a template that I have an idea of how to visualize and conceptualize and design. I didn't go to fashion school.
Yeah, did all this.
Yes. So,
because what is on the table with us, you didn't go to fashion school.
Okay.
And all these things are popular. You've got these lines everywhere. I think power cables are.
So it is registering combination of thoughts, combination of designs, and then passing a message.
Wow. I saw a jacket that looks like what these guys who do power. It's got pockets here everywhere, and it's a jacket.
Yes.
But it was made with these lines. I'm like,
Ashoke.
is there anything else that you've not tried with your clothes?
There is nothing actually. We made jacket, we have dungarees, we have waistcoats. In fact, we did a lot of jeans materials. You know. So originally what we do is to recreate what people love to wear. If you love to wear jeans, we'll make it for you using African fabric. If you love to wear a jacket, if you say you must wear a coat and tie,
we do want
make it for you.
African print.
Yes, talking about your styles and designs again, I'll take you back to what I said earlier. The first time I saw this palazzo trouser that is trendy right now, first time was with Africa. I don't know if you started it, but it has become a trend. Was that your signature?
Yeah, I would say yes. Because it's totally different from what others do.
Yes.
So what people do, because now I am technical about introducing my new designs online. What they do is, there are a lot of fashion businessmen that all they have is money and then a copying mentality. They look out for a trending design. They copy it, go to wherever they want to go, buy fabric, most times cheap fabric, and then mass produce. Africa does not produce up to 5 of each pattern.
So everybody wearing is unique.
Yes, it's unique, so that you don't just go somewhere and then see people wearing it up and down. Most times, there are some design we make just one. So you don't go anywhere and say, we're dressing the same.
Limited edition.
So our designs are unique and they are accustomed to us.
Okay. You wanted to tell us about how T-shirts came into Africa.
Okay. Now, from time, African dressing is usually 2-piece, 3-piece, or 4-piece. But in the modern age, you wear jeans and then you wear a T-shirt, or you wear jeans and you wear shirts. So this is Afrocentric. You don't have to wear a complete piece looking the same. That urbanization, that modernization is what we introduce to people. In fact, we most time discourage people from wearing the same thing up and down, but some customers will insist. So in creating something different from the fabric you wear as pants, we created T-shirts, telling different stories. Now, if you see this Delta Pekin, there's a crack in the print.
I see.
And the message is that there's crack in that region where The government, the community, the oil companies, and then the people, they don't have the same understanding. They are all out there to outsmart each other. So this is what is causing war in that region. The government will say we are fighting for the people. There's no infrastructure. The militants will say we are fighting for ourselves, we are fighting for the people. They are getting rich. The people are still poor. The community will also come and say you cannot do this if you don't settle us. We are fighting for our people. And the people remains poor. And the oil companies are there to explore.
And the detriment of the people.
They are the detriment of the people. So there's a crack. So these are the messages we put in our tops, our t-shirts, that complements our pants. Okay. And we've created a series of designs. We have Lagos, we have Port Harcourt, we have Warri, we have Ijaw, we have Ibadan. We have all sorts, just to complement, because there are some people that want it simple. I just want my pant and want a plain tee to go with it. Okay. So it is just complementing the message we're passing across.
Wow.
Okay. If Africans need to begin to sell their products, right?
They need to begin to identify.
Yeah, that was the question I was going to answer.
You sell your identity. Others will want to identify with you. If you point your house with the left hand, of course, people, they will rubbish you. But if you sell your identity and identify with your identity, people will be glad to buy into it. Sorry to cut you. I've had a situation whereby we are at an exhibition, and the customer insists that she wants the pants I'm wearing. Yes, she even offered to pay extra. I had to remove the yes. No jokes.
The one you were wearing?
Yes, that particular design. You know, like I told you, we don't produce too much of particular pattern. She insisted. So she's practically stripped me naked. With my pants. And that happens a lot.
Wow.
Yes.
So, okay, I know that young people looking up to people like yourself. Do you mentor younger people?
Yes, I mentor. I don't just mentor, I support, and I also empower. Depending on the attitude or the acceptance of that mentee.
Okay.
So there's a lot to gain.
Okay.
So you have you want people to replicate what you already do?
I don't mind. Look, this building, let's assume we have 200 people in this building. And I sell the best, and I'm not even expensive. If I say 200, maybe 50 will patronize me.
Okay.
And I won't go against 5 or 10 other people doing the same business. Because who will patronize you will, of course, patronize you. Who will patronize me will patronize me. You see, I can die tomorrow. So what happens to the craft? What happens to the mentality? What happens to the knowledge? If it dies with you,
what did you gain?
What did you gain? You gain nothing. So, in fact, I design for people. Okay. I write for people. I say, look, go and use this.
Yeah, you said you empower people. Right here, this side of the world, when you use the word empower, people often think of
there's money giving them.
It's not just that.
Okay.
When you empower, you mentor somebody to do a particular business. And you support the person with at least the first set of product or first set of material to produce this product. And subsequently, the person become independent. You may want to step ahead to I've given machines out, sewing machine.
Oh, okay.
I've given fabric out.
Oh.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Is this fashion thing a profitable business?
That's where I'm actually going to.
If you're consistent. if there are some customers, some buyers, some consumers, they don't rush to patronize any brand. They study your consistency. They study your attitude towards your business. And they study your finishing. And when they come at you, they plug in permanently. So it is your packaging, it is your consistency, it is what you put into what you do that sells you. Like I said, we are a global brand. We may not be as rich as we're supposed to be. Yeah, we're supposed to be in the highbrow areas, displaying our products and selling them. Then it becomes unaffordable to some set of people that we want to identify with. Okay. Not that we won't go there, we will still go there. But what I'm saying is that what we have done over the years is selling the brand on its own, naturally. And there is nowhere we go worldwide that we're not accepted. The worst case scenario is that, no, we cannot buy this now, or it's too expensive. Well, this is very good. I like what you're doing. They even give us ideas. And feedbacks is what I don't joke with. That feedback, even if a customer criticizes you, you go back to your workshop and implement that thing. Okay. I've had a customer who liked our product. So I packed everything in my vehicle. I drove straight to his house. This man rubbished me.
Yeah, I was going to ask. That was the next question I was going to even ask.
My money, my fuel, my expectation. But that lesson is a turnaround. In fact, he went and brought one pant, though cheap material, but perfect cut. If you want to do something, think of other people that would not, the sizing, the this. Look at what these people did. That was a turning point for me. In fact, I even told the man that I've made corrections. I sent him pictures. He said, that disappointment, he doesn't want again. But that was a spinner for me.
That was going to lead me to my next question.
Yes.
Because in business...
Feedback, if you complain anything,
yes,
I evaluate it and I implement it.
Wow.
If it's a good criticism. And if you complain, if you don't buy, I appreciate it. Yeah. Because you have said your mind.
Okay.
Wow, that's really
so it was around that same time. Because look, everybody talks about the pluses in their businesses. Talk about the downside. Because the truth is, that's what makes you a CEO. That's what my guy always says. That's what makes you a CEO. Yes. Tell us the downside, so that somebody can learn, perhaps avoid that same pitfall, or at least know how to wade through it whenever it comes in their business.
Technically, before you go into any business, rule out, don't go with intention to make money at first. First, you must grow the passion to do that business. Passion comes first. If you chase profits, you may not last the test of time. Because how do you pay about $500,000 to go on a show, on a fashion show, and you can't even make 100,000 or 50,000? You must let that passion drive you. Make the customers comfortable enough to criticize, to look at your design and criticize. That's why some experts say it is not good to start a business with loan. Yeah. Yes, and it is also not good to allow your overhead to be more than your profit. The profit will come. Just allow that passion to drive you. Yeah. When customers come and price you and the price does not work, the customer will come back. Tell the customer, thank you. If you are criticized, appreciate them for criticizing you.
Yeah. Okay, so I will ask about the all-white groove that happens every year. But then, before that, International collaborations. Are there any international brands or non-bodies that you're working with internationally that helps promote the SOUQ brand?
We've had an international brand came from Canada about 2 or 3 years ago that we did a fashion runway in Oriental Hotel. We also have 1 or 2 international brands in the US that we are talking to that they want us to collaborate with a fashion show and also shelf our product.
Okay.
And late last year, we had one with a Ghanaian fashion show brand.
Yeah.
We were at their runway, and we're also discussing them selling for us. And the one coming now, there's an organization called the Creatives.
Okay.
So they've invited us for a fashion runway in the UK and in Paris. And we're also collaborating with a fashion brand, a young fashion brand that we're mentoring in the UK. So I'm collaborating with them for the 2 shows.
Okay, so when you do these collaborations, do they tend to take over the show? Like, was there at any point they try to tone you down, not making sure your brand does not overshadow their own brands because you are African? Has that ever happened at any point in time?
Like I said, let that passion drive you on. You see, by so doing, no, jokes apart. Do you know how much, say for instance, you are not known, how much you have to pay for your name to feature for 1 second?
Wow.
On a global brand. You're not seeing somebody that says, come and showcase. And they'll say, SOUQ, and even if my logo appears. Okay. I tell you what, I collaborated with Culturati I think about 5 years ago, or 6 years ago. They had young models that they are mentoring. So I was there to mentor them, educate them, sensitize them on, building your own brand. I also supported with some of our products. You know what they did? They put us on every of their billboard. That alone I cannot buy with. I cannot buy with 1 billionaire. Every billboard. And the publicity at that time was massive.
Wow.
I even made the 100 most influential the list. That alone I cannot buy. Even if I have the money, they may not take it from me.
Yeah.
It is because of what I have offered. They've seen that value.
The value.
So they are now paying me back.
Wow.
That I still celebrate till tomorrow.
Yes, it's a success.
Once you are able to earn that mention, for me, it's okay. It's not the money. The money will come. I know the money will come.
Yeah.
I've had people call me. I was introduced to you by Susu. I can't even remember who that person is. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. You understand? But yeah, we have everything you want. That is selling for me. You don't have to be greedy. It will come. So long as your name appears, that goes a long way. From Lagos here, you are going all the way to London, you are going all the way to France or Germany. Even if you have to pay for your ticket. If there are some brands that will even pay, they'll say, no, we cannot put your product on our runway.
Wow.
That alone is a mark of excellence.
Yeah.
I praise myself for that.
Okay, so let's talk about the all-white group. I know it's something that happens. Is it every year? I know it's, but I know it's your birthday.
Around August.
Yes, every of your birthday. So tell us about it and how it has promoted the brand.
I think sometimes around 2015 or 2016, I think 2014 or 2015, my friends wanted to celebrate me. And I'm the type that love to celebrate people. I appreciate people a lot, and I celebrate people. And when you see me at your parties then, I alone, once they know I am coming to that event, people will turn up because they know I will be there. And when I get there, the party is just starting. This is me, over a decade ago. And at that time, I was doing some project, rural electrification nationwide under Ministry of Power. So I already created an identity for myself. I always wear a short sleeve white shirt. So each time I travel, I buy them in hundreds, and then I put that logo, my initials, AO, crafted into a logo. So they were already calling me Mr. White then, because they would say, we saw one guy, he came in a white shirt, or that guy that I always wear. For those that don't know my name, I always wear white shirts and all that. So I was now talking to some of my friends that, okay, we cannot have you celebrate your birthday passively. You have done all of us strong things. What should we do for you? So somebody just said, okay, why not let's have a white party? Oh, really? That sounds new. Let's give it a try. So we decided to use a venue in VI. The place then, their lounge. So we were thinking that maybe 20, 30, 40 people will attend. We were shocked that, almost 300 people attended the first event.
Who was invited?
Yes. So we took over the whole of their regular side, the whole of their VIP side. The whole floor was filled up. First edition. And right there and then, people were saying that this cannot be the end. It must continue. The second edition, the same thing. As a businessman, it kicked in that we have to monetize this thing. We need to pass a message. So at that point, I was already, into fashion, gradually. I was already creating ready to wear and all that. I think the third edition, we decided to introduce fashion runway, because how do you tell people that this is what you do?
Yes.
How do you showcase your designs to people? You have to catch in on the attendees.
Yeah.
So from there on, once the party starts, we have what we call white carpets, the regular red carpet, where we have cocktails, and then we show them our designs. So in the party, we have runway. I think the last one we did, we also incorporated about 3 or 4 designers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. And
There's another one this year, right?
Yes, there's another one this year.
We'll be there.
SOUQ News was also present to cover the last one.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah, so we'll be there again. So looking forward, what's your advice for young people who want to come into this industry, into the fashion industry? What would you advise a young person watching right now? Especially Africans, and say, this business, there's a whole lot of money in it, or these are the kind of risks. What do you just have to tell them?
Let me first generalize it. If you want to go into any business at all, put passion first. Don't say because Kehinde is doing a particular business and is successful, you as Taye want to do the same business. The drive can never be the same. Your passion, you must connect your passion to that business and ensure that it's something you can do over and over, even if money does not come. Ensure that you can be consistent. And for anything that is manufacturing like fashion brand, you don't have to copy anyone. You can improve on people's design.
One, yes.
It is allowed. Ensure that you are identified with your own design. Like in those days, if I go to any event, if I see someone wearing something like what we do, I get agitated. And before I became calm, most of the time, if I walk up to them, they'll say it is SOUQ they got it from.
But you know
No, it is.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it is. There's a pants we make. Nobody can perfect it. The palazzo, yes, people can perfect it. But we call it babu pants. Okay. Even as far as London, I walk up to them. They say, yeah, I got it in Freedom Park, or I got it from SOUQ.
I don't know you.
They don't know me. That alone is super confident. So I stopped bothering people. After a few tries. I stopped bothering people. Because that design is our star product. So I'm passionate about it.
Wow.
So what I'm saying is, while you represent African identity, you must have a style identifiable or accustomed to your brand. So that anywhere they see, they say, no, this is SOUQ. Or you stole this design from SOUQ.
Okay.
That's what sells you, and you must remain consistent.
Wow. That's beautiful.
Thank you so much.
We want to say a very big thank you to you for coming on the show, the Just Africa show, and of course, you represent it even more than we do.
So you know that you are doing Just Africa. You are wearing trousers. Let's agree that she's wearing Ankara.
Thank you.
Don't worry. At least next time when we see, I'll be wearing. What did you call it again? No, not the pants. That pants on the one that is unique to your.
Okay, babu pants.
The mapo pants. Is it mapo or papu?
Babu.
Babu pants.
Babu.
I'll wear babu pants.
Yeah, okay.
It's the transformation from Arabian pants, the combination of that design, Arabian pants, harem pants, or kembe, or jokolipa. That has a meaning too.
Do you know
I don't know.
Yes, something just came to my mind. Mentioning other countries now, have you ever thought of using other countries' fabrics? Maybe something from Kenya or something
North
from
Africa, like Egypt.
You understand? Have you thought of using their fabrics to make a design?
Okay, we use Ghana product a lot. For Kenya, we have tried to use their products, which we found here. I've been to Nairobi a few times. I'll be there next week again. Their products which we find here are too expensive. So if we buy them here, it may be too expensive for the customers. So we're going to explore their markets this time and use their product.
Okay.
There are beautiful, all parts of Africa have beautiful fabric accustomed to the culture and tradition. Creating something with that and then attaching the story to it will sell the product.
Okay, so which means you are covering the whole of Africa.
We are representing Africa.
Yes, that's it. You're representing Africa. Once again, thank you very much for coming on the show. But before I let you go, there's something we have a culture here, something that is ours, is known with us.
Really?
So where are you from?
Are you copying my style?
But is that his island now?
Yeah, I'm from Lagos Island. So you are in my territory.
You are a native of Lagos.
Yes,
Lagos Island.
Okay, Popo area. 3 streets. You can walk to my family.
Ancestral house.
Yes.
Wow. It's as backyard.
In 10-15 minutes on foot, you get there.
Okay. So what do you people speak originally, not the regular Yoruba that we speak?
Look, no. The civilization of Nigeria as a whole. In fact, West Africa started from Lagos. sorry, I'm digressing a bit. If you see the civilization of most countries worldwide, started from the waterlines.
Yes.
Because this is access point
Trading
for Westerners. And they bring civilization. So civilization for most part of Africa starts here. Our original language is Yoruba. And our second language mostly is English.
Okay.
So true born of Lagos speaks Yoruba and speaks English.
Okay. So what's your favorite meal as a true born Yoruba?
For me, I'm not a food fan. No, jokes apart. My food is simple. Maybe eba, fish, rice, or coconut rice, or ewa going.
I think that's okay.
So these are things we grow up with.
Yeah.
You know, I have allergies for a lot of food, so I'm picky. But for those ones, yeah.
I get that. Yeah. Okay, so you're going to use Yoruba to talk to our fans that are watching now. That's why I say it's peculiar to just Africa. So that's why I said that was peculiar to just Africa. So you're going to use Yoruba to talk to our fans. You're going to greet them. Then you tell them to keep watching SOUQ News TV, subscribe to Just Africa, and keep rocking Africa fabrics.
In your look at that.
In your look at that.
You know our own Yoruba.
No
problem. I will.
Yes.
Thank God you say your house is not so far. Oh, not expect there.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi tí ẹ ń gbọ́ wa nílé lóko lórí ètò ìròyìn SOUQ tí iléeṣẹ́ wọn wà ní Lagos Island. Ẹ máa ní gbogbo ìgbà ìròyìn SOUQ ní kẹ́ máa gbọ́ kẹ́dẹ̀ máa wo ètò Just Africa nítorí wípé wọ́n ń gbé àṣà Africa lárugẹ. Wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n wá láti Africa ní gbogbo àgbáyé kí wọ́n máa jáde ní ìjáde ọmọlúàbí Africa. Kẹ́ máa wọṣọ tí wọ́n máa fi dá yín mọ̀ àti gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ adúláwọ̀ nítorí wípé àṣà àti èdè wa ó yàtọ̀ sí gbogbo àṣà ní gbogbo àgbáyé. Ẹ̀yin gan ẹ rí wípé ìmúra sí yín tẹ́ bá múra bí ọmọ adúláwọ̀ ó máa jẹ́ kẹ́ gbayì gbẹ̀yẹ ní gbogbo ibi tẹ́ bá lọ. Ẹ ṣé orúkọ tèmi ní Agboola Ọdúnfà ọmọ Àjànàkú nígboro Èkó. Ẹ ṣé o.
No, eléyìí ṣé kí kúlẹ̀ fún yìí àmì.
Thank you so much for the show.
At this point, now I feel incomplete. Even though yes, I feel incomplete, but going forward, at least with his guidance, I'll be dressing more African.
Yeah.
Even the t-shirt itself, I might lose it.
Yeah.
And just maybe if I dress like this and come next time.
Of course, it will be.
Somebody might just see me and decide to give me a chieftaincy title.
Maybe.
Do that kind of thing.
Is that
maybe a disciple of Shango.
Might just decide to know this boy. I might like
Shango Beye. Shango Beye or Shango Bayi.
No Beye.
So today's conversation leaves us with a simple truth. African fashion cannot survive on echoes. Repetition may create noise, but only creativity builds legacy. Relevance is earned, not borrowed, and originality is the price of admission. Our history is not a museum to be copied, but a well to be drawn from. When designers return to it with courage, they do not repeat the past, they reimagine it, shaping something both rooted and revolutionary. So for this future to breathe, systems must rise with the creators. Governments and industry must protect ideas, fund creative learning, and treat craftsmanship not as art alone, but as economic infrastructure. This is how I've come to the first segment, or the end of the first segment of Just Africa. Stay with us. We'll be right back for the second segment. Stay with us.
the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the bigger one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. They are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we sell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one. So
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Right now, we want to look at some of the stories, top stories that are trending on the Africa continent as regards business. So, our first story, South Africa has announced plans to withdraw about 700 troops from the United Nations peacekeeping mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo by 2026, ending a 27-year military presence. So we're looking at it from the point that South Africa's role in Congo peacekeeping over nearly 3 decades. Amolu, security and political factors behind the withdrawal, we are looking at all that.
So it's looking like a family affair, right? South Africa has always helped being in the DRC. But then again, you look at Nigeria with the era of the ECOMOG. We used to do that kind of a thing. Send people there to help our neighbors, quell insecurity and stuff. But again, when they tell you they're no longer doing it, it's essentially meaning perhaps they're looking at the cost implication. They also have their internal own security challenges to face. Their budgets can no longer accommodate it because you have troops over there. You're going to have to ensure they are taken care of. It's not the host nation that's going to be taking care of you. You're still going to take care of your own people. And if you have your own insecurities back home to contend with, so you can allow them. I mean, it's an agreement, and they feel like, it's no longer favoring us. They have to pull off. The implication now for the Congo is, okay, would insecurity now skyrocket? Because them pulling out does not translate to mean that insecurity has ended in Congo anyway. But let's see how it goes. You cannot really fault South Africa. They don't almost 3 decades, 27 years in one place helping you. If they need their troops back home to fix their own problem, perhaps when they have quelled their own, they can now begin to go outside. They say charity begins at home.
And not in the church.
They are abroad.
So it's very, very okay. We understand, of course, they need to take it. And it's not easy. It is not effective doing that. So second story here is that Ghana caps offshore investment to support the city, So Ghana has introduced new limits on offshore investments by local pension funds and institutional investors as part of efforts to stabilize the city and protect foreign exchange reserves. So we're looking at it now, the capital outflows and pressure on the city, balancing currency stability with investors' return.
Yeah, and of course, this argument keeps going on back and forth. What is now the value of the city? Remember they did redenomination, meaning they removed 2 zeros.
Yes.
So any amount you see, you think, oh, the money has come down. But the value is where it always comes back to. What is the value of the Ghana city?
Okay.
Because in comparison to other African currencies, they are still dwarfing. And remember, they didn't tie their own to the gold reserves that they have.
Okay.
They didn't. And at this point, they're still doing the dollar exchange rate. If they back it up with gold, which is naturally... Ghana was known to be the Gold Coast initially.
That's their original name.
That is their natural resource that they have it. Back your currency in gold reserves. You shouldn't be... The essence of doing the rejuvenation wouldn't have been there. But right now, it's still looking like, let us still pander to the West a bit. They don't want to fall into that category of the kind of problems South Africa has with the US. And that's
I think that's what everybody's actually...
nobody wants to anger Trump because the man will just wake up tomorrow now and say he has blacklisted your country. And before you know, people cannot even travel or do businesses with them anymore.
But can Ghana sustain this? Can they really... the offshore thing, can they help the city grow on their own?
This particular move is going to make investors very cautious. Investors will be very, very cautious. Because the truth is, what you are showing them is there's still a bit of volatility in your markets or in your business environment. And people are very skeptical when you look at what cryptocurrency is doing with the Bitcoin. Today is up, tomorrow is down. So anybody when there's a place that today you redenominated your currency and you're still trying to look at this way to back it up, people are always scared and skeptical. But I do hope that they get this particular one right, because they thought by rejuvenation they would have fixed up most of the problem. Now the CD is still facing pressure from outside. Investors will be very, very cautious.
Okay, so next story here is that SOUQ suspends most activities amid financial crisis. So the Central African Economic and Monetary Community, SOUQ, has suspended most of its operations due to a severe financial crisis driven by low tax collection among member states. Now we're looking at it, the causes of SOUQ financial crisis.
How do you have children? And based on the arrangement, you have children who are supposed to be sending money to their old parents. And take care of themselves.
Now the parents are the ones sending money to the children.
And this one, the parents are the ones saving and carrying money and giving to the children. Now they don't have any money to take care of themselves. They are financially constrained.
Yes.
Money is not coming in as tax that is supposed to remit from the countries to them. How do you want them to operate? Now they're telling you, look, we cannot sustain this anymore. At this point, it's just like.
But they knew this was not sustainable for a long time. So why did they start it in the first place?
So again, there's a financial implication that already, commitment that already been made. It is when it now lapsed. Everyone has to say, no, to your turn to Israel. That is what is happening now. Money don't finish. Let's put it in the play. Money don't finish. It's not sustainable.
It is not.
Those who set it up in the first place had a plan for the economy of these states to be able to grow at a particular rate. But right now, I think everybody's focusing on the after trade, AFC, TFA.
Yes.
This thing. That's where everybody's looking at. And once that one clicks, all these regional ones may not necessarily now come into play. But again, if they look at what it was established for, what they put it together for, that one, they've not met it. And it's best to just collapse everything rather than keep trying to feed a child. The child is not growing, it's just there. Everybody's just spending money. Okay, money you have to pay back as tax. It's not now coming in. So what's the essence of keeping
I don't know why the SOUQ was funded from the very beginning, but my concern is at some point they were supposed to make the member countries to realize that, okay, at so point we cannot do this. So have plans for yourselves, or design it in such a way that you don't need to depend on us totally for what you were looking for. Completely. You should be able to fend for yourself. But right now, it now looks as if, okay, we are no longer doing. So what happens to those countries that have been depending on SOUQ?
That's why, look, they were set up basically to ensure that the economies of these member states grow. It's just like ECOWAS.
Now, have they grown?
They weren't growing. That's what I'm saying. And of course, it's costing them money to stay there.
So you're just going to abandon them?
There's no money. So how are they going to operate? They need the fundings to grow. You understand? So, I mean, if it's not coming, it's not coming. Taxes are not coming in. So you can't force it. Okay, it's not like, okay, well, let us set up this regional group. And we'll be funding it. And people are not funding it. So what do you want it to do? There's no point keeping it together.
Okay. All right. So we have to move. We are moving to our next story.
Burkina Faso.
We're talking about Burkina Faso records 94 tons of gold production in 2025. So Burkina Faso produced a record 94 tons of gold in 2025, marking a major milestone for the country's mining sector. The surge is attributed to regulatory reforms, improved security coordination around mining sites, and increased investment in industrial scale operations. Hold on, we are looking at it from the role of reforms in boosting gold production and the economic benefits.
So if people have been paying attention to the news, they've been focused on gold lately.
Okay.
Especially the price of gold. I think at some point it rose to, I think it was late last week, it rose to as high as 5,000 per ton or per ounce or something. But focus has been on gold. And to see that African countries are benefiting, so that's why I looked at what Ghana was doing. I said, pack this thing with gold. Yeah. Because there was this surge in precious metals, not just gold. I think silver also faced the same thing. Copper also did. Iron ore also did. The irony is almost every African state or African country, as it were, has at least one precious metal that they can trade in commercial quantity. If we bring it down here to Nigeria, almost every state has something that they can trade. But somehow we have camouflaged our economy with insecurity to the point that people no longer think, oh, trading is going on. Whereas some people are actually making, I must use one word that is not for broadcast. Some people are making so much money in the coverts of insecurity. Now, this is a milestone for Burkina Faso. But those of us who know Burkina Faso's recent history, that country is run by the junta, the military junta. So it's looking like it's not by the military junta. So you know that those ones, once they say it is A, it is A. You don't change it. They are doing reforms that everybody's complying because there's no democratic opposition that is saying no, don't do it in the law, right? So it is there. Everybody's smiling, but again, the skeptics always ask, you're saying 95 tons. Are we sure it's not more than 50 tons? I only declaring 95.
Amolo, even if they were still operating the democratic system of government, there would have still be some. So even if the junta is the one running it right now, and at least they are making declarations, and people are seeing the effects of what is coming out of it. Then what's the problem? So there is job creation, there is so many benefits right now.
So this will give applause to the junta, the military junta. It will give applause because again, record meaning that you guys have not done it ever before. But I just like I said, as skeptics, let me play I'll not play devil's advocate, I'll play the opposition. And now I say, are you sure it is not more than 95 tons?
We don't care. So long it is heavy.
We learn lessons from military government.
So we know. Moving the country forward.
Okay, fine. On that basis, at least it's growth for Burkina Faso. So that's
that's how we've come to the end of today's episode of Just Africa. And a very big thank you to you, dear friends, for staying tuned. We'll be here tomorrow again to have another wonderful episode. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on our YouTube channel. Again, thank you for watching. My name is Omevi Idolo, and from Emmanuel Ambolo, we say have a blessed day.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you say alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know why? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here to do. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. This is why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandates, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and other dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agree that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership on our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tankosununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit, ACTU, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians, so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing, so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPC as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 387 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I have the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the 12 steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fees to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen asset. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence, or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever works within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby we are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also we will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. is in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody want to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I noticed of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when a member of the National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. That was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning. He said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed in the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who's facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. we are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of process of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will call your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket. which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number two, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this,